Okay, welcome to the broadcast, everyone. This is going to be a broadcast about the terrible arguments of pro-aborts, and they are really that bad. They suck, okay? I'm not going to even mince words there or try to beat around the bush. Pro-abort arguments suck. They have some of the worst arguments on the planet, point blank. So, I'm going to put some links out for anyone to join. Let's see here. Um, Go to my channel here. Okay. All right, I'll put a link in the chat box. Might be a little bit before they show up because I'm just doing this like right on the spot. So people are going to get email notifications, whoever are subscribed to me, and then people on the G Plus community will see it as well. So I'm going to have an open link here. So they'll be able to find it. But until they show up, I'm just gonna talk about a number of the stupid arguments they have. Like, what do you think is their dumbest argument, Jordan?
Well, I don't really get into a lot of these debates, but whenever I hear people bring up the rape thing, like saying that rape is a reason to destroy a human life, I don't think that's really a smart idea. Like, because one of the other chats, like the last chat you did, I remember you saying that people don't use the same arguments for the already born as they do for the unborn, and I was thinking that, like, what if you had a child by someone, but then you didn't want to be with them anymore, and then they ended up raping you in the end? Would you kill the child that you already had? It's just a stupid argument.
Exactly. The thing about the argument is they try to use it to pull on your emotional heartstrings. It's basically an appeal to emotion, is all it really is.
I know that's all most of these arguments really are.
Yeah, but the way you address this like this, you can address it a number of different ways. There's two ways I deal with it. The first way is to ask them this. Let's say you grant, for the sake of argument, that we allow abortion in the case of rape, right?
Yeah.
Then I'll tell them, then will you join me in banning all other cases outside of rape or such similar cases or whatever?
Mm-hmm.
And then most of the time they say no.
And then
So, so what does that tell you?
it tells you that's being, what's the word, selfish, I guess.
Yes.
Like they're just using rape as just an excuse to want abortion legal.
Exactly, because it's not truly why they hold to the abortion position. They just brought that up as a means to try to pull on your heartstrings and exploit it to base their entire position.
I agree.
So they weren't being intellectually honest by bringing up the rape argument to begin with. That's not truly why they believe what they believe.
And that's why I don't like the rape argument. It's just like it's a dumb argument, but at the same time it's dishonest. So that's why that's my least favorite one.
Octai Champ, what's up, man?
Hey, my kid's actually just putting their shoes on right now. We were just about to leave, but I just tuned in for about the last I was listening to the last couple of minutes, and I just wanted to pop in real quick. I'm sorry to do this because it's a hit and run, but to say I really agree with this point about how the conversation about social policy around abortion, gets sort of moved over to, well, let's talk about these special cases, and then what? I mean, I think they're really separate conversations. Is what do we do about, like abortion in case of incest, abortion in the case of rape, abortion in the cases of mother's health is at risk, all these, and then versus, where there isn't some sort of external reason like that, but it's mother's choice for whatever her reasons might be. Those are really separate conversations. And I just wanted to pop in to make this observation that this is a type of arguing that really frustrates me. It's what I call the try to get your foot in the window approach, right? It's not even foot in the door, right? It's because you're arguing what you want. And I will say too, I see the same thing with the marijuana legalization crowd that will want to tell you things like, well, people with glaucoma, when they smoke pot, their glaucoma doesn't hurt as much. But people with migraines, they'll sort of work it over to people with migraines. Okay, but what are you arguing for? If you're marijuana legalization fellow, you are arguing for the basic fundamental freedom for people to choose what, plant products. Yes, dear, we got to go. But you know what I mean? Like, if you want to talk about the availability of marijuana or the availability of abortion access, that's the conversation you need to be having. I know that. You've got it? I know. Okay, I got to go. You got quick thoughts, guys? You know what I mean. Foot in the window.
Yeah, I think you make a great point, man. And I would see you as one of the more honest. If there is a such thing as pro-choice at all, you would be a person who would.
I've been intending to pop.
Be that.
I've been intending to pop into a hangout to try to represent that case or sort of to talk with you guys about these things. You usually start your hangouts right when I'm about to do kid drop-off time. So let me go do my delivery, and I should be back in a half hour to an hour.
All right, sounds good, man.
Okay, cool. You guys have a good day.
You too.
Oh, sorry. Good to meet you, Jordan. Bye.
Oh, nice to meet you too.
Yeah, Hogtie is a good guy. I mean, we bump heads at times, and things can get a bit passionate, but he's a nice guy, and I think for the most part, he's an honest guy. I mean, I have no reason to think otherwise. So.
Yeah, pro-abortion.
Yeah. If there is a such thing as pro-choice, which I don't really think there is, but if there was a such thing, then he would be it.
Is it because he's honest, or is it because he's
just? Yes.
Okay. I get you.
Because I think he approaches a lot of our conversations with an intellectual honesty that most people I talk to on their side of the argument do not. Mm-hmm. But he's absolutely correct. It's sort of like get your foot in the window type of an approach. They don't really believe that's the basis for why they fight for it. They're just trying to basically manipulate the conversation and get their foot in the window.
Mm-hmm.
So you see the point he was making?
Yeah, I got it.
Yeah. But yeah, most of the time they say no. So then you have exposed their intellectual dishonesty. And like he rightly pointed out, you expose that they just want to get their foot in the window and not really have an honest conversation. But if they be like, I've never thought of it like that, I guess I would ban other cases of abortion outside of that, or similar cases outside of that. And then what you can do is, okay, so you said yes to the question. The reason why you would say yes to the question is because you recognize the moral implications. You recognize the moral framework that there is no good reason to allow killing a child in the womb. Since you are cognizant of that moral framework, and since you are aware of it, then what we can do is what you can do as the pro-lifer is the moral framework. You can take it to the next step, and that would be this step right here, the other part to it, because I told you there were two parts to this. Mm-hmm. The first part is to ask them that question, and the other way to approach it is to go to the next step. The next step is this. Let's say a woman gets raped, right? And she does not conceive. Mm-hmm. What would you do? Would you offer her healing, help, support, do whatever you could to, help her deal with her horrific emotional ordeal? Would you reach out to her in love and support in whatever way you can help her heal and help her cope with the situation, would you do that?
Yes, I guess.
Yes. So even if she did not conceive, you would do that, right?
Mhm.
All right. So let's take the exact same situation of rape and said she did conceive. Wouldn't you offer her that same type of love, support, healing, and all that other good stuff if she did conceive?
Yes, I would.
Or okay, and I think most people would. So you would do the same thing whether she conceived or not. And what you would do is you would give her to the right people to, help her out. You would help her out. You would get her to the right support group to help her out, to live all the love and support that she can be given to help her deal with her horrifically emotional ordeal. Because rape is not something to be taken lightly.
Mhm.
All we can to help you get through this horrific ordeal, but we care for you and your child, our precious people, and we love you, we support you, and we'll do whatever we can to help you get through this emotional time. But we care for the both of you. It's not that it should be a one or the other. We truly care for you both, and we want to see the best for you both in this horrific situation. And if you offer all that love and all that support and healing and comfort, and if she still wants to say no, kind of slap your hand away, so to speak, and say, I'm going to still get the abortion,
Mhm.
then it's not really a question of rape at that point. You see what I'm saying?
Mhm.
It's sort of like this. Let's say somebody's doing drugs, right? And they might be dealing with a family member or friend who died, and they just having a hard time dealing with it. And the way they try to cope with the situation is by taking drugs, the depressants or antidepressants, and just this crazy stuff. They're just kind of going on a downward spiral. And you reach out to them and say, I'm here for you. I can support you, but you got to want me to help you. You got to help me help you. If you want me to be able to help you, you got to make the decision to want to help yourself. So in turn, I can help you. And if you offer them that love and comfort and support and healing to them to stop doing drugs and to get their life back on track, if they slap your hand away and say, no, I'm still going to do drugs, then then it has nothing to do with anything else beyond that. They're saying, no, I'm going to stay in this kind of attitude of self-hatred and self-pity and victimization, and they're not going to want the help. I mean, wouldn't that be a problem on them and not a problem on you?
Mhm.
So, right. And in the same way, if you did that sort of thing to a woman who got pregnant in a horrific case of rape, you said, we're going to do whatever we can to love you and support you and your child. We want the best for the both of you. Your child should not have to die because the father was a bastard who was just a sick psychotic dude who wanted to get his rocks off. And but we love you and support the both of you and want the best for you. We're here for you no matter what. If she slaps your hand away and says, no, what? No, I'm still going to get the abortion, then at that point it has nothing to do with her rape. Does that make sense?
Can you explain a little further?
Like, just like
Like
in
why?
just like in the drug situation, it has nothing to do with other external factors. If you're trying to help somebody out, if somebody refuses to get help from you to help them overcome their emotional ordeal, then it's a problem on them, not a problem on anything else. It's not a
Mhm.
problem on the fact that their mother or friend or whoever died. It ain't got nothing to do with that at that point. It's a problem with them. because
Mhm.
you cannot help somebody if they don't want to help themselves. No matter what you do, no matter what love and support you offer to them, if they don't want to help themselves and say, I'm going to put down the meth or whatever drugs they're taking, if they don't want to put it down, then it ain't nothing you can do for them, and it's not a problem on anything else other than them.
Mhm.
Sometimes you just can't help people because people don't want to help themselves.
I see what you're saying.
So how can we say that it's an issue of rape or anything surrounding that if you are offering, love and support to help her through her ordeal if she did conceive? Because here's the thing: if she did not conceive, you would still do all that same stuff for her to help her deal with her emotional ordeal.
Mhm.
And if she slapped your hand away and said, you know what, I don't care for your help, I don't care for your support, I got raped and I'm going to remain a victim. If that's essentially what she acted like, then unfortunately there's nothing you can do to help her. And she's going to stay a victim. She's not going to, join overcome the difficult situation. It's not a problem on you or anyone else at that point. You got to want to be helped.
Mhm. I
I
see what you're
mean, yes. So if she did conceive and you did the exact same thing, then she cannot blame any surrounding circumstances if
saying.
she don't want to be helped, if she don't want that love and support. If she's going to say that I'm going to kill the baby anyway, then it's no longer an issue of rape at that point. Essentially, you would then have a case that's no different than if she conceived in consensual sex and she got pregnant at an inconvenient time. Because you broke down, you're trying to break down all the emotional barriers. This is what you're doing. You're addressing the emotional barriers and trying to break those down and
Mhm.
trying to get through to her and help her out. But you want to help her and her child out. You don't want to see anybody be hurt in this situation, be it her or you truly want to have the best for the both of them. But if she rejects everything you say and just say, you know what, I don't care what you say, I don't want to be pregnant, I'm going to get the abortion anyway,
Mhm.
then you cannot blame the rape situation at that point.
I hope someone comes in here before I gotta go to work, though.
Right. But does that make sense?
Yeah, yeah, it makes sense.
So that's how you deal with that. It's not the fact that you weren't taking her, the fact that she was raped and conceived and raped seriously, but the fact that you are truly concerned about her and her child, which did absolutely nothing wrong. There should be an opportunity for the both of them to come out the situation in the best way possible, not for an innocent child to be brutally killed because the father was a psychotic bastard.
I agree.
So at that point, once you did what you could to break down all the emotional barriers, and because that's what you're doing when you're trying to help somebody overcome like drug addiction, like if they're dealing with a lost friend or family member or any other circumstance that they're just trying to cope with by doing drugs. You're trying to break down the emotional barriers. You're trying to break down their defenses and get to them and to just embrace them at the heart of the matter. But if they reject everything that you want to do to help them, then they can't blame anybody else but themselves. They can't blame surrounding circumstances. They can't blame the death of their friend or family member. They can't blame anything else but them. It's about getting to the heart of where their true motivations and their intentions are in their hearts.
Mm-hmm. What was I gonna ask? How can I word this? Actually, no, never mind. I thought I had a question, but I don't.
Oh, okay. But yeah, that's it, man. That's how you address the argument from rape, because ultimately it's not the rape that's the problem.
Mm-hmm.
No. I take that back. It's ultimately
You cutting out, bro.
the problem is not the pregnancy. The problem is the fact that she was raped, and you're trying to address the rape. Pregnancy has nothing to do with the rape. You're trying to address the emotional, horrific circumstance of the rape. Because the thing is this, even if she does get an abortion, that's not going to necessarily take away her rape. She can be reminded in her memories about the rape, even if she does get an abortion. That's not going to change anything. The only thing is that she's going to have a dead child, and she's still going to be emotionally scarred from the rape still in her memories. On top of that, but if you were to address the emotional pain of rape, and you were to offer her love and comfort and support, and get her around the community of people who also love and support her and would do whatever they could for her and her child, then what woman would not want to keep her child after all that?
I think I understand that a little better now.
Right. If you offer her that sort of love and support foundation, what woman would not want to keep their child after all of that?
When these Pro-Aborts gonna show up, though?
I don't know. Let me see. There's nobody talking in the chat right now.
Somebody just sent me a
But
message.
what's up?
Olivia sent me a message.
Oh, are you talking to somebody on Facebook or something?
Yeah, somebody sent me a message just now.
Oh, okay.
I was on
Is
a
it
really,
about something else unrelated?
yeah, it's totally unrelated.
Oh, okay. But that is how you address the rape point. What woman would not want to keep her child after you had that sort of love and support system for the both of them? Only a woman who's truly, truly selfish at her core would want to still kill her child at that point.
It's a shame this is even this has to be debated anyway. I feel like it should just be common sense.
Exactly. I'm right with you, bro. But yeah, but that's the thing. Um, this abortion thing should not be a debate at all. We should not be talking about where anyone should have the right to kill their child. But then they want to try to escape that by saying a whole bunch of nonsense, like attacking semantics, like, oh, there's not really a child, or
Mm.
to a certain point, it's a blob cells, and every which sort of nonsense they want to use to justify their murderous position. It should not even be an argument at all. But people who have been brainwashed by society and have been brainwashed by political correctness running rampant has made this issue more complicated than it is. Everybody intuitively knows that there's a person in the womb. Once a woman is pregnant, everybody intuitively knows that there's a value that is the same as the rest of us when you're dealing with a child in the womb. Everybody intuitively, intrinsically knows that, whether they want to admit it or not.
I don't know. It's like if somebody in the room announces they're pregnant, regardless of their intentions on whether or not they want to get an abortion or not, like regardless of that, they just say that they're pregnant. People are probably gonna be like, "Oh, that's so nice. Oh, you got a kid," stuff like that. They're gonna be loving at first
That's right.
because you know in your heart that there is a child in there.
Exactly. And you have, and then in the horrific case of rape, you have the opportunity to take a really, really bad situation and turn it into an amazing thing, to celebrate it as an awesome thing. Because one of my really good friends on Facebook was also a lady, and now her kid, I believe, is like what, 22, 23 years old.
Or she was also what? What'd you say?
She also conceived, I believe it was her first child. She conceived her first child in rape. And now today, I believe her kid is like 22, 23-ish, somewhere around there. And just a very productive person in society. He's doing really good in the world. And she would not have had it any other way. That child is her world. And she gets sick and tired of people exploiting cases like hers to justify their killing murderous positions.
It's a shame.
Yes. So when you actually talk to women who conceive not get an abortion, you can find out that they know what it's like. It's not the fact that me just being a man, just talking and just trying to make logical arguments for having never been in that situation, but I can appeal to women who have been in that situation. And you, and you ain't got to take it from me. You can, anybody can talk to them and see what they say. And they would tell you, you have no right to exploit my case to justify your killing position.
I'm thinking about like looking up certain cases like that to have as concrete evidence.
Oh yeah.
Like something you like you I'd be like, this woman was raped. Actually, you know what? I saw a long list of celebrities that were conceived of rape. It was like 10 celebrities. It was like a list of like 10 celebrities that were conceived of rape, and I was like, they were mostly older celebrities, but it was like they did just fine. Like they're celebrities.
Yes. And if you look up a lady named Rebecca Keisling, she's at Rebecca Keisling. She's I'll put a link in a side chat in a sec about her.
Okay.
But she's a very, very advocate, very, very famous advocate of pro-life. She was conceived in rape, and she would not want to be killed. I mean, she talks all around the country, and I believe even around the world, about the bravery of her mother to bring her into the world, despite the fact that she was conceived in rape. And absolutely, it is wrong to exploit cases like her mother's to justify killing her. Because she would not have been here if her mother would have aborted her. So you got people who were born, who were conceived in rape, who are here, and women who conceived in rape who didn't get an abortion. You can't just ignore these people like they don't exist.
Mm-hmm.
It's a whole nother thing to, in like social media mediums, on like forums and text chat boards and things like that. It's a whole nother thing to be confronted with these people personally. And most of these people who say this crap would not even do this if they were face to face with these people. I can guarantee it, because the overwhelming majority of pro-aborts are cowards. Point blank. And I don't care who gets offended by this. I don't give a crap. They're cowards, point blank, plain and simple. And I'm going to tell you something, bro. I've actually challenged over 100 pro-aborts on social media to get into a live voice chat with me one-on-one. And I'm not even exaggerating about the number. And over 100 have refused.
So none of them ever went to a voice chat with you?
Nope. They were making excuses and saying, "No, I don't want. No, I don't want to do. I don't want to get in a voice chat with you because you're too stupid. You make stupid points and all this other stuff." And making excuses like they don't have time and just a bunch of nonsense.
Okay. Well, I understand that if it was like one person saying, "Oh, I don't have the time to do it," like if there was at least one person that said yes out of the over 100 people.
Well, some of them, I think like one or two said yes, but then reneged on it because of other stuff that made no sense. I mean, they got time to troll in and day out on pro-life forums and argue with people for hours, but they don't want to come in the room and, debate like a man or a woman. You see?
Mr. Hogtie came back in the room.
Yes.
Yep. Did the drop off? I do have I'm actually working today, so I have only a few minutes. But so I expect will happen is partway through a conversation, I'll say, "Oh, sorry, I got to go," either because I got a phone call or something to deal with.
All right. Fair enough.
I would ask as a courtesy that you don't then take my exit to be your opportunity to say, "Oh, he's a coward. He ran away. What a coward."
No, I never think you're a coward.
That's the convention. That's the convention. That seems to be the way things are done in these hangouts.
Yeah, I think you're an honest guy. I never once have thought you were a coward ever.
Yeah. So I have missed the last few minutes. I did hear you mentioning now you've encouraged people to talk about this. I don't have any major problems talking about the abortion access issues. I think for me, I sort of limit it to conditions where I understand that it's going to be treated as a serious conversation. I think it is something that needs to be talked about, but sort of recognizing the seriousness of it. And there are very few people that I wouldn't discuss it with, and that is, if I sort of think, well, somebody's just like if I had it happen one time. I was in a room, and in setting up a point I was making, I said, well, it's a difficult issue, and I was interrupted to be told, no, it's not difficult at all. It's a very simple issue. You don't kill babies, done. And that was kind of a clue to me that this is somebody who isn't looking at the situation in the context and realizing that, no, these are difficult issues. If it was easy, well, then it'd have been dealt with, right? Like, one thing I will say, Antonio, again, I've not seen all your material. I know you do quite a few of these hangouts, and I've not seen many of those hangouts, but I've seen the separate videos that you put up, like where you've looked into issues. Like I'd seen one you put up recently where you discussed the claim that there's like just death in the streets all over the place when abortion isn't permitted.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a very common unsupported claim. And I wonder if you've raised the response to it. That is when somebody says, well, if you don't make it legal, then these other bad things happen. If you've raised the response I don't want to sort of be dismissive and call it the so what response, but I think there's something legitimate to that, saying, well, look, there are lots of things that we make illegal in society, recognizing that the prohibition itself creates other undesired things.
Right. That's usually one of my counterpoints to that. You're absolutely right.
Okay, yeah. Because I mean, like bath salts, and I don't really have a lot of, I see some videos on YouTube or you hear news stories. This bath salt stuff looks pretty bad, and there's a lot of effort in many states, many jurisdictions are attempting to make bath salts illegal. Not, you guys know what I mean, right? Not
Yeah.
thing. Okay, yeah, okay. The weird drug thing, like that's a pretty serious thing, and if somebody were to point out, oh, but if you make that illegal, then it turns out that people will go to less reputable sources to get their bath salts.
Yeah.
Like, well, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it, I guess, because
Yeah.
we're going to do something about that.
Somebody say bath salts?
Yeah, they're unpleasant.
Yeah, that doesn't look like a good thing. I do actually like bath salts, so I do. I have to be honest.
Well, Saint Brucifer, what's your position on the abortion issue?
I don't like it. I have a rough time with the Bible. I have a rough time with it in general. But, I mean, maybe if it's ordained or something like that, I mean, maybe there's a place. I don't know. It's kind of tough.
Okay.
What do you think?
I think it should be illegal outright, period.
Yeah. In the Old Testament too, or just today?
Excuse me?
I mean, in the Old
Say
Testament
that again?
also, in the Old Testament also, or just for today?
I think in both testaments, such a thing would not be permitted, biblically speaking.
Yeah, but I mean, some of those people, mothers had children, and even if they slept with a man, and they came in and took over that area, they just wipe them all out, all the children and the mothers who slept with men, and trash them all. So I mean, it would appear that, according to the Old Testament, that at times there might have been a place for it. I mean, it's just a thought.
Well, I mean, a number of different things happened in the Old Testament. Even born children were killed too. But I mean, I don't really know where you're going with this.
Well, and I mean, it's hard for me. I'm thinking there are numbers somewhere. There's a thing about like woman drinks a poison or something and kills a child or something. And there's something like that. And I mean, I'm just saying it gets kind of bizarre. I'm not for abortion, but
Yeah. To be quite honest, I haven't looked into that verse in any deep detail, but I think there's a lot more to that than what appears to be on the surface. And I think I've had heard other people talk on this issue. So I mean, I think there's a lot more depth to that particular verse than the alleged claim that it supports abortion.
well, if the woman's not defiled but be clean, then she shall be free and shall conceive seed. So,
well, I'm gonna have to.
it's found that it's Numbers 5:21.
Well,
7:28 in that area, I guess.
Well, again, I haven't really looked into it that deeply, so I would have to look into it and get back to you on that.
Yeah, it's hard stuff. I mean, I just kind of got done with the flat earthers. They're all in hiding or something. So I thought.
Well, as far as the flat earthers are concerned, I mean, I do see there are a few of them which are brothers in Christ, and I highly have a high love and respect for them. I just do not agree with the idea that the earth is flat. I think there's more than enough evidence to indicate that that's not the case. And the thing is, Yes, I think there are certain things that the government has lied about, and yeah, I don't think anybody would deny that. But just because the government lied about certain things, don't mean they lied about everything. So I mean,
Um,
I wouldn't go on this hyper conspiracy type of ordeal to think, well, how much other stuff has the government lied about or anything like that. I think a certain level of paranoia comes into play to where um, they found out that the government has told them lies about certain things, and then they say, well, they must have lied about this and this and this. And I think it just gets to a point to where it's just like, where do you get to a point to where you just say, okay, just take a step back and just see that not all things that are said in our education system and by the government.
right, right.
Okay.
I followed those guys around for a couple weeks, and it was just had to watch your stuff, and it was interesting that Israel, in their minds, Israel becomes evil. Islam apparently is okay. Hitler was, yeah, not that bad, maybe even an okay guy by some of them. That's strange. That's the very opposite of everything I ever learned uh, following Christianity. So it was a very strange thing to watch. But they were the true teachers of the gospel here for a while. It's just funny, man. It's
What's up,
unbelievable.
Emmanuel?
Yeah. Did you notice that though? That they don't like Israel. Islam's apparently okay. Hitler wasn't a bad guy. Did you notice that train of thought in their thinking?
Um, there, there, there's a lot of really just ridiculous kind of thinking going on in that.
Yeah.
Don't even get me started on that crap, man.
Right. Right. Well, and then when I'd ask them about Jesus, I think it was Pillbox, and a couple of them, they didn't know how to back the deity of Christ with the Bible, but yet they claimed they were preachers for God. They were called. Strange. Just odd.
Well, I mean, I can't really weigh in on that too much without them really being here, and I wasn't there, so I mean, there's not
Right.
really much.
Yeah,
Yeah.
a true follower of Christ would probably study Christ and not the flat earth and whether Sandy Hook happened or not and everything else. You know, it's kind of bizarre.
I think, well, I think even my flat Earth brothers would agree that even whether the Earth is flat or spherical is not an essential issue of salvation.
Well, it is so, according to some of them, that if you were to say that in Genesis, it's the pillars and such, and I think it's in Job or someone talked, or where's you might know better than me, where the sun stood still, that kind of thing. That if you
Uh,
deny that, then you're denying Scripture, and it's a literal interpretation. And so, at that point, I'd say, yeah, a number of them were actually teaching that. You know.
but yeah, I mean, yeah, I've heard like one or two say that, but I mean, I don't think, I don't think they all represent that view. I've talked to several flat Earth brothers, and I don't think all of them represent that particular view. In fact, I was in a hangout about some weeks back, and we were talking about this very issue, and I think most of them agreed that it was only like one guy in the room who said otherwise, but all the other ones in the room agreed that it's not an essential issue.
Oh yeah, yeah, I'd hear them say that, but it's always fun then to watch what they're saying in other hangouts. Anyhow, that's just my observation of it. Hey, I
Fair,
found it interesting
fair
and
enough.
kind of miss it now that they all kind of went quiet for some reason.
Yeah.
And not for the last week or two. They haven't really said much of anything. They just kind of, you notice that? They all sort of disappeared. No more
Quite,
hangouts.
yeah, quite frankly, I just wish the whole thing would just kind of just fade into the sunset because I just think if they truly believe that the Earth is flat, believe and let believe. You know, I don't really think it's really worth going into this whole sort of like mission to try to
Yeah.
like question people's faith or anything like that, or to try to question people's way of how they approach things. Like, well, if you like to try to like assume that just because like somebody don't think the Earth is flat, that they're just trying to just be a sucker to what the government says or anything like that. I think when you take it to those sorts of levels, it's just like, yeah, that's coming from somewhere else. Because I mean, there's a number of different things that I believe that are conspiracies from the government, but I would never question where people thinking or how people are thinking if they don't hold to the same beliefs as I do. Like,
Right.
I'm not going to get into any detail, but I think there is strong evidence to suggest that 9/11 was possibly an inside job. That's what I believe. But I would never get on people's case who didn't agree with that and just try to say that they're just being just puppets to the government or they're not thinking for
Just
themselves
out of
or anything like
curiosity,
that.
though, do you think that radical Islam, people with that belief system, would fly airplanes into large buildings in the United States?
Oh, absolutely. I think they would do do just about anything. I'm definitely not denying the possibility that they would blow themselves up with an airplane or anything else.
Sure. I mean, they'll fly bombs
Yeah.
at their own children's backs.
Oh, absolutely.
But
I don't think there's really nothing that they wouldn't do to try to get their point across.
and kind of what I was watching, it just amazes me too, though. It is kind of weird, though. People, there's a decent amount of people these days that would go hug them, and it's just weird to watch. But yeah, I don't know. I've never really understood the exact reason. I mean, I kind of get it, but I mean, why the New World Order kind of America kind of thing, like why people think that that's what's behind the 9/11, you know.
Right. And I
mean,
think that there are like very, very strong arguments on both sides of the issue, you know.
I mean, honestly, I haven't heard one yet. I'm just being honest. I've not heard one really strong argument yet.
Fair enough.
It's kind of like the Sandy Hook thing. You just got to spend some time and study and think it out. You know, I understand there's things that might throw you for a loop for a little bit of time, but spend enough time looking at it, kind of figure it out. You know.
Yeah, but
Not saying America's perfect or anything, or
right.
any country, but no country, but people in power that they might not do things. Surely they do things wrong here and there, but I don't think. I think that was just a form of war.
Yeah. But I mean, to be quite honest, I don't really want to make the hangout about all these other side issues.
Right. I think Building 7 gets people pretty worked up.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not. I mean, we could probably talk about those
That's
issues
okay.
in another
There's
hangout.
explanations for it. Yeah. Might have been pregnant women in that building. Sad.
All right. I'm just waiting for some. Go. You got something to say, Altai?
Yeah, well, I was going to, I mean, I don't know what there are two thoughts that struck me. I mean, initially why I popped in was about the bad arguments thing. Let me give you sort of an overview of where I hope that if you and I are going to have a discussion, with other people too, but I mean, just how I see your room going, I would like to at some point have that sincere discussion about why people do encourage abortion access, or what they call abortion rights. A bit of a struggle with that term, but you know what I mean. I mean, what you're doing is you're trying to craft social policy so that some things are permissible, other things are mandatory, and other things are prohibited. And a lot of people before us have put their heads together and said, well, what are we going to do? Like, what kind of policies do we want to have around abortion? And I would like to discuss that, like what sort of argument gets put forward there. Maybe before we get to that, there's a couple other little issues that I don't know. I want to give you another example of what I think is a bad argument, and this one I don't really have a response to, but I just wish there was a simple way to move people off of this.
Yeah.
I mean, earlier we talked about what the heck did I say before? I was agreeing with you about. It's a terrible argument. Oh yeah. If we're going to talk about social policy around abortion access, and then somebody says, well, what about where the mother's life is at risk, or what about where it's an incest or a rape victim, or what about, and though not that I'm saying those things shouldn't be discussed, I do think that those are important issues, but I think there are times when you got to just say, okay, yeah, what about that? We can talk about that, but right now what we're talking about is social policy related to the freedom of a married woman that already has 3 kids at home and is pregnant, and they're having economic problems and whatnot, and that married couple has sat down and said, look, we just can't do this again. We cannot have a 4th child. In most jurisdictions, those people would be permitted under the law to begin a process that would lead to them having an abortion that would be perfectly legal. Doesn't mean they can go down and get one, right? It's not like, but there would be a process. But before that, I mean, I do want to give you another, and so I do think we should talk about the rape thing. And, people should talk about that, but that's a separate issue. And I think there's a time when you just got to tell people that want to talk about that to just say, no, we're talking about this scenario.
Yes.
But I want to give you another bad argument, if I could. This one, I don't really know how to nudge people off of it, and that is when I've heard this come up a couple times in your Hangouts, and I have to say it's a little frustrating when people want to have a discussion about the terms human and person.
Yeah.
And they'll say, well, a fetus isn't really a human, or a fetus isn't really a person. Now, those are 2 different statements, and they're really 2 different arguments. And I'll say, let me do the person one first, and then I'm talking so much here, I'll let you guys get your. I mean, people are technically correct when they say, well, under the law, a fetus isn't a person. But my response to that is so what? I mean, the types of laws they're talking about, like there's areas of constitutional law. So, for example, freedom of speech. Freedom of speech is available to all people. In any jurisdiction, let's say the United States, because I think most people are more familiar with the First Amendment and how the First Amendment's played out in your court system. It's available to all people, not to fetuses, not to goats or cats, and but it is available. So McDonald's, you've got this corporation there called McDonald's Limited or whatever it's McDonald's Incorporated, whatever it's called. That corporation has freedom of speech, and that's because that under the law, under that type of law where you talk about constitutional rights for all people, McDonald's is considered a person. Walmart is a person. And people rub their temples at that sort of thing. But there's good reason for that, right? I mean, if you had a law that said about theft, so that, I mean, for something to be considered theft, it is when you deprive, it doesn't mean that you took something and kept it. That's not what theft is. Theft means you deprived a person of their rightful belongings.
That's right.
Yeah, so if I go to your house and I take your car and I just drive it into a ravine and walk away from it, I didn't gain anything out of that theft, but it is still a theft because I deprived you of that. But what if I went and I took one of the McDonald's delivery vans and drove it into the ravine? I've now deprived what person of their property? And the answer is, well, McDonald's, because McDonald's is a person. So I just, I don't know where the argument gets us when people want to discuss this legal definition of a person.
Yeah,
and let me wrap up on this point, because here's why I think it's a terrible point. Because even if you can, and I do believe you can, successfully argue that a fetus is not a person, so what? Because the fact that somebody or something is legally considered to be a person is not a complete prohibition against being able to kill them. There are lots of examples in the law when you can kill a person. And the fact that you can demonstrate that something isn't a person is not a legal justification for killing that thing or destroying it or
damaging it. Kind of take you back off your example. Like, you remember the ordeal with Michael Vick going to jail by betting on dog fights?
Yeah, and yeah, right. That's a good one because no person was harmed. Right?
Yes, like dogs aren't recognized as persons under the law, yet he still went to jail for betting on dog fights.
Yeah. Yeah, and there are lots of, and I was going to use that as an example. Kind of say, like, if I went over to someone's house and killed their dog, like, I would need to have a justification for that. And not because I caused the death of a person, but because there are many reasons why we are not to take life. It doesn't necessarily have to be a person's life. And then there are plenty of justifications for taking people's lives. That happens all the time.
Right.
See, I think abortion is just, it's hard to believe as often as we see it. I can't help but feel there's like a lack of empathy or something going on at the rate and the acceptance of it. Just to me, that bothers me.
Absolutely. But yeah, you're spot on, Hog Tie, when you talk about these personhood arguments and how they're insufficient, in and of themselves to be knockdown arguments, so to speak. You would need more supporting arguments and more context than just that alone.
Yeah, and I think that, again, these are always hard, like these on-air hangouts, because really you want to be mindful of the clock. You don't want to, I don't like the 8-hour hangouts. I never watch them unless somebody sends me like a particular timestamp or something interesting happened.
Yeah.
But you might have a great discussion about a particular issue within the overall abortion issue, and if it starts at 3 hours and 47 minutes in your hangout and then wraps up at 6:15, I'm not going to see it because I'm not going to watch that far through a hangout to catch that point.
Yeah.
So you want to be mindful, but by the same token, you got to say, well, yeah, we have to flesh out some of these issues. We need to talk about this person thing and about the human thing. But I just wish that could be done in relatively short order, and say, okay, well, this is really worth debating. What about the human thing? What about when people say that a fetus isn't human?
Okay, here's the thing. When they try to use that, I think the only way you can make that point is from a genetic standpoint, because if you're dealing with a point to where the fetus was not human, then the only way that could be is if the fetus was genetically a non-human point before it became a human. It would have to be true in the genetic makeup, okay? But here's the thing. We retain our genetic makeup even after we were born. We retained the same genetic makeup from what we had from conception. Everything is there. The same genetic makeup we have now, we had at the conception point. So if you're going to say that there is no human at a certain point in pregnancy, like the earliest stages, then why don't we retain the non-genetic makeup and we only retain the human one? Where did the the non-human makeup disappear all of a sudden?
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. We get into these games. Well, what do you mean by human? I kind of like using the word human as an adjective, right? So I am let's say I'm a human. I'm a human being, right? I'm a being of what character? A human being. But then a fetus is a human? Well, a fetus is a human fetus. Sperm cells are human sperm cells. Egg cells are human egg cells. A zygote is a human zygote. I just don't know how people can say that that's not human, because your skin cells, every time you scratch your arm, you've probably heard this before, every time you scratch your arm, millions of dead skin cells. And it's not like, a few dozen. It's like literally millions when you scratch your arm.
Right.
Millions of skin cells just come off as like this dust. And the fine layer of dust you see on your TV is human. Right?
Right.
So I sort of think it's one of those points that I don't know how it helps either side, because even if you can convince me that a fetus is human, which you will find very easy to convince me of that, because I believe that's a human fetus. Like, what do you think it is? A goat fetus? Like,
exactly.
To even convince me of that, but that doesn't automatically get you to it's a prohibition from ending that human fetus's life. Right, just because you designate it to be human. And by the same token, even if somebody could convince me that the fetus isn't human, which I don't know how they would do that, because clearly it's a human fetus, that doesn't automatically get you to, so it's a pulsating living clump of cells that isn't human under this particular definition of human. Well, therefore we can kill it. That neither of those things follow in my view, at least.
I'm wondering, like in the animal world, like with dolphins, monkeys, would they protect the pregnant mother, I wonder, if they were under attack somehow?
My understanding is for the most part, no. But actually, I think you were careful to then list a couple of particular genera that are actually known for doing so. You can also include in there the bovine animals and some of the ovids.
Hello?
So I'll just go ahead and answer even though he's on the phone now. Yeah, the wildebeest, for oddly, will arrange their ranks to keep the bloated pheromonous, like they know, whatever. Let's not get into a philosophy discussion on what a wildebeest knows, right? But you know what I mean. They observably they behave differently around. They know. I'm going to say this. They know which members are pregnant, right? Like so, and they do act differently around them. But for the most part, no. They except for like say the bovine, some of the ovine animals. I think some of the equines, like the horses, I don't know. Zebras do, but no. I mean, for the most part, like mice don't care. Cats don't care. You ever see a cat protect another pregnant cat? They don't care.
Right.
Why was that an interesting question? It's too bad you took that phone call, because now that I've answered it as roughly as my memory guides me to, I want to ask him, why did you ask that? Does that help us decide what sort of abortion policies the state of Florida should have? Maybe he had a point. It's too bad he got that phone call.
And the only reason why I would address the human arguments at all is because they're just scientifically inaccurate, and they I try to meet them where they at. So if you're going to attack the issue about the alleged lack of humanity, then I'm going to meet you where you're at and just let you know how ridiculous that is. It's just blatantly scientifically inaccurate. And start with even dealing with those arguments, but since people think that they're serious arguments, unfortunately, they have to be dealt with, because you do got a lot of people who think those are serious arguments. You got to show people why those arguments fall flat on their face.
Oh yeah, well that's why I was saying, and I know I kind of said a blended thing where I'm saying, oh, I wish we wouldn't talk about this, but then yeah, I do know that we should. And, oh, it's too bad that hangouts are so long, but I know we can't make them too short because you can't avoid these issues. Sometimes I appreciate when I do that, I sort of marble my ideas, and it's hard to know which way I fall on that issue. No, I do think that, I mean, if people are going to come forward with that sort of a concern or objection or an idea, then yeah, that's got to be addressed. But then I quite often want to ask them then, okay, so where does that take us then? Like, even if we concede this point, that's not human, or that's not a person. I mean, the human one I struggle with more, because I just sort of think, well, obviously it's human. Right. Demonstrably it's human. But the person one is one that I always want to then ask people, okay, so it's not a person, so what?
My issue about them using the it's not a person argument is the problem is they apply personhood arguments to something that is not a person. Like, for example, like you have people out there who would try to argue abortion on the basis of self-defense, like what is necessary and unnecessary force to stop the use or stop the infringement or what have you on your body. And they want to appeal to the self-defense argument. They want to say on one side of their mouth that there is not a person, but on the other side of their mouth they're using the arguments from self-defense, which can only apply to persons if you're talking about the concept of self-defense. So, I mean, if you're going to deny that the unborn is a person, then why are you treating it as a sort of self-defense argument as if you were dealing with the person? Because surely, like if, let's say, a dog attacks you or whatever, you definitely have the right to try to stop that dog from attacking you, but you wouldn't call it a self-defense argument because that's not a person. You would just say you have the right to stop that dog from attacking you, but it wouldn't be a self-defense position. You know what I mean? when you're dealing with like an assailant, like just some dude trying to rape a woman and assault a woman, then you would be dealing with a case of self-defense if you did something to stop that person. But they apply personhood arguments to the unborn that they claim that it's not a person, which is obviously inconsistent. Does that make sense?
I've seen people talk about an animal though that was attacking someone as though it was almost like it's a person. You know, I mean, in the sense that they call it self-defense. I mean, I know what you're saying, but I've seen that too, though. I think the people just don't want to recognize babies in the womb as human.
Yeah, that's what it comes down to. They don't seriously believe these arguments. Well, maybe some of them do, but I think once you really press them on the heart of these issues, then they don't really seriously believe that's the reason why they would justify their positions. I think most people would intuitively conclude that there's a person in the womb or there's a human in the womb. I think most people would intuitively conclude that. I would much rather prefer people be honest and say, you know what? There is a human there. There is a person there, but that doesn't have anything to do with why I believe. In the abortion, on the abortion side, it has nothing to do with why I support abortion rights. And there have been very few people that I've spoken to who were honest about that very thing.
Just wonder what, Mom, ask you just real quick, what is it that bothers you most about the abortion issue?
The fact that I think that it's really messed up that for whatever reasons people think you're dealing with a different state of affairs when you're dealing with an unborn human as opposed to a born human. None of the arguments that they use to justify killing an unborn human would they use for a born human. None. Like financial problems, personal issues like career goals and things like that. They'll say something like, well, a woman might not be able to provide financially for her child, or that child might get in the way of her career goals. But if the infant was already born, okay, they would not use any of those same arguments to justify killing a born infant. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, you think maybe it's to me, what I can't help but notice is the amount of it, and that it's like people just use abortion at times. It seems almost like you would take a pill or something, an antibiotic or something, to just get rid of something you don't want. You know, that you see as harmful or whatever. You know, I mean, that's just, to me, that's maybe what bothers me the most about it. Just the amount of it, and you just wonder, like, why don't people have to get permanently fixed if it's over and over or something? Or I don't know. It's just so much of it. It's kind of bizarre.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. But yeah, all arguments that I've heard for abortion, that they would never use any of these killing a born human being. They just wouldn't do it.
What would happen if, say, you're asking pro-abortion, or however you want to say it, choice?
Yeah.
Suppose there was 2 dolphins, okay, and you could only save one. And one was pregnant, and one wasn't. Which one would they save, and why?
What is? Say that again. What point are you trying to make by that?
Well, my point is that generally they'd want to save the dolphin that was pregnant because they'd save more dolphins. They'd let the other one die.
Yeah.
If they had to make a choice. I just always found that interesting. I've asked that question to a number of people, and I think because a lot of times they want to be animal rights activists. Not always, but oftentimes. And I think it presents a real problem, you know. So now all of a sudden the unborn life is important, but it wasn't as important when it's a human, but it is when it's a dolphin, and I think, well, that's odd.
Oh yeah, okay, I get your point. Yeah, and there is a sort of paradigm out there that people tend to treat human life even less than other species of animals.
Well, yeah, suppose the gorilla would have been a female instead of a male, and it was pregnant. I mean, heck, the internet would be all the more flipped out over that poor gorilla, you know?
Yeah, I agree.
Just
Thank you. Angie, what's up? How you doing? You have a mic, Angie?
now, what if the unborn was known to be a reprobate? I'm sorry, that's bad.
Okay, but yeah, what my problem with the pro-choice or pro-abortion, whatever you want to say, argument is they appeal to this sort of autonomy, like bodily autonomy, right? But they would not use any other context of autonomy. Like once the child is born, they say a woman should have a right to her body, and so you can use bodily autonomy to justify killing the unborn. But once the child is born, they don't appeal to any other context of autonomy. Let's say that you have a bum stranger, right? Like that bum stranger has no right to your house, to eating your food in your house, sleeping in your house, or anything like that. They treat the unborn like some sort of stranger, like some sort of um, foreign invader that they apply to an autonomous situation, but they would not apply any other context of autonomy and treat a born infant like a stranger. See what I mean?
What about though in issues like with somebody had mentioned I saw here like with incest or rape, maybe severe retardation or some other physical thing that could pass on? It would be could be very serious, particularly something really dangerous. I mean, in those cases, I wonder would it still be as wrong or as disgusting or to bring about abortion?
Say that again.
In other words, if somebody's raped or there is incest or some type of severe mental or physical handicap, at that point, is abortion, do you see it as repulsive or that there's no place for it at that point also, or what do you think on that?
I can weigh in here for a second, guys. Hi, by the way. It's a little noisy where I'm at. I'm at a Dunkin' Donuts. But my cousin, so my second cousin was conceived and raped. And because of this kind of belief that, like, rape babies are, you know, like the spawn of the devil, you know, she didn't tell anybody about it. She pretended like she had a one-night stand in order to keep the pregnancy without being judged. So, you know, I don't really like that argument ever. Not that I support abortion under any circumstances, but that's just, to me, a really, really weak argument.
Then again, though, what determines, what's an absolute on why you should or should not allow abortion, and where does the absolute come from?
It doesn't matter where the absolute comes from on who you are. Me personally, I'm a Christian, so, you know, in my view, it's murder. But it doesn't really matter. It's a human being, and you're killing an innocent human being. Therefore, it's wrong.
Well,
that's my position.
I can understand that, but I'm just was mentioning when I look at the Bible, I do see some differing views on that. I find it.
I've heard some different views. I heard the whole, like, Adam wasn't living until he took his first breath, ridiculous argument, which is totally separate from, you know, okay, God made Adam out of mud and clay or whatever, you know, and then God's forming human beings in the womb. It's totally a different thing. You know, if we're going to go start talking about the Bible, you know, I usually refrain that for pro-choice Christians, or people who are kind of like, they're Christian but they're like undecided, they're like personally pro-life but like don't think that our laws should reflect what our belief is about abortion. So I normally, unless you're an actual Christian, I probably won't even argue that, you know, go into that debate with you.
But the thing is, you don't really need to appeal to the Bible to make a strong case against abortion. You don't really need to appeal to any religious sort of framework at all. Entirely secular arguments. And
the problem is, though. Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No. I was just saying that when you look at the Bible and some of the Old Testament verses I was looking at, I think that it becomes somewhat difficult. And so where one person might say, like she was saying, I think that's great, that's awesome, but then I don't know that it should be a law for someone else who's raped to say, yeah, you have to have this baby. You know, or again, if there's incest or something like that, I'm not sure that's right.
Well, like I said, that's my own personal foundation for my beliefs, which is what you asked. That's not why I think it should be illegal. I think it should be illegal because it's killing an innocent human being. So there's a big difference there.
Yeah.
Right. I can see what I would do is I would reach people in the secular circles of the argument, and then once you meet people where they at, you know, because people are going to who are not Christians are going to argue secular points. You meet them where they at. You kind of break down their defenses, and then once you do that, then you can attempt to, you know, reach them from the biblical standpoint and try to reach them with the gospel. You know, you don't have to, because you're not going to reach people who are non-believers with biblical arguments. It's just not going to happen.
Absolutely, and a lot of times, you know, people who hate God or claims there is no God, they'll twist the Bible to fit their arguments anyway. So, yeah, I never normally do. I normally start with secular arguments because they make just as much sense to me. Like I said, it's killing an innocent human being, therefore it's wrong. So, you know, whether there's a severe mouth, you know, like if there's some sort of like medical issue with the child, or you know, the mother was raped or incest, is all irrelevant because it's a human being, it's an innocent human being, and it's being killed. So if that's your true argument, I would say there's no justification for it. But I have a feeling that's not your actual true argument. Do you maintain the bodily autonomy argument?
What were you asking? I'm not sure what you're asking.
You're pro-choice, right?
No.
Oh.
But I think that in some cases maybe there is a place for it.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah, so I mean, okay, so if you think that there is certain situations where it is, you know, justified to have an abortion, then that does make you pro-choice. Okay. Even if you personally may not hold to that then, for yourself.
If a mother's life is in jeopardy?
Well, it depends on what way the woman's life is in jeopardy. Because I would contend that an abortion is never necessary to even save the life of a woman, and I can explain it pretty thoroughly if you'd like.
So you're absolutely sure of that?
I am. I actually heard Antonio give an argument for abortion being validated for ectopic pregnancy, and I would still contend that it's not necessary. Because, okay, abortion, the reason I think abortion is wrong is because you're intentionally going inside a woman's body and killing a baby. Now, removing a baby from, I'll use technical terms. Removing an embryo from the tube is totally different than, like, chopping the embryo up inside the tube.
Right. So, I never, to be real quick, Angie. I never did say that. If we're talking, see, there's more than one context of abortion. Like abortion, at its most base, as most base meaning means to stop something. Like the root word abort. Pregnancy can technically be terminated in a number of different ways, either through childbirth, through killing abortion, unfortunately, or through if something naturally happens, like say a miscarriage, like tragically happens. So you have pregnancy terminated a number of different ways. What I was talking about was the active, intentional killing abortion. And when I was talking about ectopic pregnancy, I wasn't saying that you just go into the baby and chop the baby up. I think you can maybe surgically remove the baby, but you don't have to like surgically go in there and chop the baby up to pieces while the baby is still there. I wasn't
Right.
like saying justifying the intentional killing in that situation.
Okay, gotcha. Well, then we're even on that basically, and I would even say like later on in pregnancy, 20 weeks, whatever. It's a lot more. It makes much more common sense to quickly either induce labor or do a C-section and remove the baby if there's an imminent threat on the mother's life, and then also treat that baby as a patient, as opposed to inserting laminaria, waiting 24 to 36 hours for the mother to come back to then dismember the child. It's just, it makes absolutely no sense.
What
If
if,
it's really seriously a problem with the mother to the point where it's going to kill her, that's the most common sense thing to do, is quickly remove the child and then treat it as a patient. But that's not why the majority of women, are having abortions.
Right. It's important to note that the medical professionals do not even refer to such severely life-threatening cases as an abortion. In fact, when I looked up the case of ectopic pregnancy and how that would be resolved, let's see, Planned Parenthood didn't call it an abortion. Let's see, WebMD didn't even call it an abortion. So you have multiple sources, whether they're misleading, they didn't refer to that procedure as an abortion because they recognize that there's a difference between a procedure to save a mother's life and like just intentionally killing the unborn for, let's say, convenience purposes. Like you were engaged in consensual sex and got pregnant at a time that most inconvenienced you, so you wanted to take the kid out.
Mm-hmm.
A life-threatening case, and
I'm sorry. I was just trying to jump in between you guys there. Sorry about that.
yeah, they recognize the difference between a life-threatening case and a case which has absolutely nothing to do with the life-threatening issue. The point I was making is, even if we were to assume for the sake of argument that we were to say that intentional killing was okay in a life-threatening instance, which I don't grant that, but just for the sake of argument, even if I did grant that, that would not necessitate to extrapolating, okay, since we allow intentional killing here, then we can allow intentional killing for any reason.
What about, like, say with incest, and say that the person who committed the act was severely mentally retarded, and say he, the incest was with a girl that was maybe 13, 14 years old. I mean, what do you do in a situation like that?
You support the child who is pregnant, and you condemn the father who hurt her if he hurt her.
That's right.
I don't get those kind of arguments, unless also that, possibly, are you a bigot? Because, I mean, do you have something against, like, mentally retarded people that we should take them out before they come into existence?
Yeah.
Oh, no, I'm just kind of wondering, you have incest and that. I'm wondering how that would go. But, I'm kind of wondering, suppose somebody bombs the hospital, they just blow the place up, and there's mothers in there that are pregnant, and those babies die. Would that be considered, for those who bombed the place, would that be considered a form of abortion? I mean, did they abort the birth? Did they stop it? And is that wrong?
No, they killed the people who were pregnant, and they killed their children.
Okay, so they killed the baby.
Yes.
So what is the difference between that and killing a baby? Is it a form of abortion or no? Does it abort the birth?
Well, if a pregnant woman like blows up in a car, her and her baby is gonna die. I mean, if a single person is in a car.
About maniacs that would blow up a whole place, like a whole country even, or just wipe out a whole area and kill all the babies. Wouldn't that be like a form of abortion?
Well, that would be infanticide, man. And even that would be infanticide if they were like already born.
Well, then the ones that aren't born, the ones that are still in the mother's womb.
Well, the ones that are still in the mother's womb, that would be just murder.
Okay, so that would be wrong then.
Yes.
Okay. That
But
does
here's
go to a difficult area biblically, I think, though, doesn't it?
No, we're not even dealing with this issue biblically, but even if we were to do so, there is no context that I'm aware of in the Bible that permits abortion on a biblical level. But for the case that you were bringing up earlier, I said that I haven't looked into it deeply, and I'll have to get back to you on that.
Right.
I'm not going to argue from ignorance.
Well, like, say you look at it, Hosea, like 13:16, and it says, Samaria shall become desolate, for she hath rebelled against her God. They shall fall by the sword, their infants shall be dashed to pieces, and their women with child shall be ripped up. I'm just saying, I think this becomes much more difficult. I think.
But here's the thing: why are you appealing to my biblical beliefs if I'm not giving any biblical arguments to support abortion? Why would you do that?
What do you mean?
Exactly. We don't live under, we don't live under a theocracy here. So we're not saying that we should base our laws, especially in this, topic, on a biblical foundation.
So
That's where our personal
because
beliefs may come from. But
Hold on, Saint. Hold on, Saint. Hold on, Saint. Because even if I was to become an atheist tomorrow, all the abortion arguments, the anti-abortion arguments we were given would still hold up. So where would your argument lie then?
My argument. Wait, run up on me again. I'm sorry. I think I missed it there.
Even if, let's say, I were to become an atheist tomorrow, all the anti-abortion arguments that Angie and I have given would still hold up on the secular realm. So where would your point go then?
Basically, I suppose what I find interesting is that from a biblical point of view, I'm not so sure that it's the best argument. And you have mentioned from a secular point of view, well, when we get into incest and rape and such, then there's no place for it. But yet in the Bible, it apparently was okay, kind of, at times, it appears to me.
I don't think you're addressing my question, sir. Are
Sure,
you
I
not,
have a tough time with it.
are you not aware that life atheist?
That what?
Are you not aware that there are pro-life atheists? I know one, in fact.
I don't really pay attention to it, quite honestly. I just kind of don't agree with I think
I'm not saying what do you pay attention to now. I'm just saying, are you aware of it?
No. Well, I can imagine there are.
Yes. So what my point is, even if I were to become an atheist, like say tomorrow, which ain't gonna happen, but even if I were to become an atheist, like for the sake of argument, all the points that Angie and I have been given would still hold up. So I don't really see why you're appealing to our biblical basis when that's not the arguments we were putting forth.
Right. Well, I know that the lady here said that to her it was a matter of being a Christian, and I'm just saying, like, well, I can understand that. I mean, I understand that if you follow the teachings of Jesus, you would say, wow, this seems really messed up. This just doesn't seem right. And even through the Old Testament, you can see where life is important, and I understand that. I'm just not so sure it's always quite so cut and dry.
The thing is, people have looked into the. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was just going to hop in for a second.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
But the thing is, there are very intelligent believers who have already looked into these issues that you have raised. And again, like the one you brought up earlier, I haven't looked into it like that. Now I have to get back to you on that to verify what you were saying in the context behind what was going on. You see, there are very intelligent believers who have addressed these issues all across the board, and I'll have to look into it.
Yeah.
And address you on those grounds after I looked into it. I'm not going to argue from ignorance and say,
Right.
well, I know what's going on here. or whatever, because I think there's always a certain contextual element that's missed. In my common experience in dealing with non-believers, just about every time that they point to certain scriptures, they're usually taking them blatantly out of context and not analyzing the cultural backgrounds. They're not analyzing hermeneutics, literary literary tools of hermeneutics.
Well, basically, in
all
hermeneutics,
these sorts of things are important.
how, but when you look, I think what you'll most likely come up with is that these were evil, bad people, and they needed to be stopped. And you could argue that genetically going on, they would be horrible, horrible people. That'd be my guess where it would go. But I'm just mentioning that I think it can sometimes be more difficult.
Mm-hmm.
And to make laws and say that there should be laws that this is always illegal in every instance, I'm not sure that it's quite that easy. And
Sir, can I just interject for a second? Is murder wrong in every instance of a born person?
Yes.
Is it wrong in every single instance of a born person?
It's just outright murder. Let's say I just go up to you and just shoot you in the head out of nowhere for no reason, or anyone else. Would that be wrong?
We can't even take the law in our own hands. When if somebody were to hurt my child, I can't go to that person and even hurt him, let alone kill him.
well, so suppose somebody had a different belief system, right?
Wait, don't dodge my question for a second.
Well, I'm answering the question with a question.
Hold on, you can't do that either. Listen, we've
Yes, I
answered
can.
all your questions. You can't answer a question with a question. That's dishonest.
Questions.
That is dishonest. It's a yes or no question, and then you can answer back.
Well, what do you? Well, okay, we understand that people have different belief systems, Saint. But what do you believe? That's what she's asking you. What do you believe?
I'm trying to say, would it be wrong to kill those people because they have different beliefs?
Well, no. What do you believe? Do you believe it's wrong to murder a person in any case?
Like a born
Say,
person.
yeah,
Well,
let's say I would. Example. Let me give you an example. Let's say I just go up to any born person for no reason whatsoever and just shoot them to death.
Mm-hmm.
Would you think that that's murder?
Sure, that's wrong.
Okay, she's asking you what you believe, not necessarily that people have different beliefs. She was asking what you believe.
Well, I'm just trying to get biblical about it.
Well, I'm not asking you from a biblical position because are you a Christian, sir?
I was, but I'm not apparently because you can't.
So if you're not a Christian right now, why are we even arguing on biblical principles? Is it because you're trying to discredit our position from where we get our position from?
Exactly.
Because you're kind of dodging the questions that I'm asking you just so you can kind of prove a point that I'm being inconsistent because God said at some time in history it was okay to slaughter women who were pregnant.
Yeah. What?
Well, yeah, I find
Yeah.
that
Here's
odd.
the thing, saying what you do.
That's odd to me.
Yeah, here's the thing, saying what you're doing is you're not dealing with our secular position, and then you're trying to attack our theological position. You're not really dealing with the relevant points we're getting, and that's intellectually dishonest, man.
Well,
Okay,
honestly,
why is that? Why
Antonio,
is
I actually kind of understand why he's doing that because I could do the same thing for him. It's honestly, it's like an atheistic position that has actually allowed for abortion in the first place.
Am I allowed to answer that at all, or
Go ahead, man. I'm sorry, dude. Go ahead.
if you are holding to the Bible as your final authority, then I think it would only make sense that I would be allowed to look at it too. Am I not allowed to use the Bible also?
Yes. If we're having a discussion, if we're talking about it on a biblical level, yes, you can. But that's not what we're doing in this framework. That's not what we're doing right now.
Okay, so the Bible at this point is offensive.
You got to address the arguments that we're giving, sir, because if you shift to things like the Bible that we didn't use to support our position, then you're just employing a red herring, sir.
Well, I mean, quite honestly, I tend to agree with most of what you're saying about abortion. I just don't know that it should be an absolute law forced upon people.
Okay, so do you think it should be a law enforced upon people to not murder born people?
Well, apparently one time it was okay.
I'll put it to
I'm
you
not
this.
asking about what it was like 50, 100,000 years ago. I'm asking you right now in our society, do you think that our laws are justified against murdering born people?
Well, I guess if I'm in question for it, is it really that wrong that I look to the Old Testament and take examples?
Hold on, don't do that. Don't do that. Stop, stop,
Yeah,
stop.
he won't
Stop,
answer the
stop, stop.
question.
Stop, stop, stop. Let me put it to you this way. Should rape ever should rape ever be legal in our society, Saint? Yes or no?
Of course not.
Okay. And that's literally how we see abortion. It should not be legal to kill a child.
Well, if somebody,
Born or not. It's the same thing.
but I think where it comes down to where I find it somewhat difficult is that if somebody rapes a child, or rapes a, okay, there we go, a child, let's say, that can have a baby. They're old enough that they can have a baby. And that person was really messed up. I mean, physically, mentally, the whole deal, and they're raped. And let's say it was within family and it was incest. Why should that person not be allowed to?
Kill their baby?
I don't like the idea of kill their baby, but who am I to say you can't
It
do
doesn't
that?
matter which
I
you
don't like
like.
it. I don't like the idea. I don't like it either. But
Let's deal with that point. You say, well, what if somebody were to tell you, well, rape, let's say hypothetically, rape is legal, right? And they say, well, I don't like the idea that rape is legal, but it shouldn't. I'm not going to say it. People shouldn't be able to legally do it. I don't like the idea that rape is legal, but I'm not going to campaign and making it illegal. But I'm personally against rape, but it shouldn't be illegal. Although I don't like the rape idea.
Yeah, it's like, oh, you don't want to own slaves? Well, don't own slaves. It's my plantation, my prerogative. It's like, I mean, I don't see how anyone doesn't get these similarities. And there was always people like you during that time where we actually had legal slavery in our land that would say, well, who am I to say? You know, as they drink their tea with their sugar in it,
you're saying
you
during
know, wearing clothes made out of cotton that was all produced by slaves.
well, I mean, I think then I think slavery is relative. I mean, you know, there were people that why shouldn't they be slaves?
That liked what?
Why shouldn't people be slaves?
Why shouldn't people be white? I'm having a hard time hearing you.
I mean, there's a time period when I think it was accepted. You go in and you take over a country, and they become your slaves. You can even have women that become your sex slaves. And
Again, is that right?
apparently so.
Apparently so, that's right.
In some cases.
So you think it's okay that we could just go to another country and enslave men, women, and children, and even have sex slaves?
No, not the men, but you kill them. But you can enslave the women and the children.
Well, who cares?
But we're not talking about other societies and other cultures here. We're talking about society.
Yeah, who cares what happened back then? We're dealing with now. Who cares what happened back then?
Oh. Well, I gotta go. We keep throwing the Bible out. I don't know why. The Bible's not doing well today.
No, I'm not.
I do love you guys. I hope goodness. I don't like abortion. Have a great day, man.
You too, man. Thanks for coming. Yeah, I don't know what in the world was his deal.
Yeah, like what? I don't understand how. I just don't get how people don't understand what we're saying here.
They know what we're saying. They're just trying to be intellectually dishonest and play games. They know full and hell well what we're talking about. I'm just being point blank. They know full and hell well what in the world we're talking about.
But if you would have let me, I love to go at it biblically, because honestly, I don't really stand well with non-believers in this topic, because I feel it's their like atheistic, God-hating position that's actually brought things like abortion into being acceptable in our country and all across the world. So I
Yeah, yeah, I
personally
would
have an
agree.
issue with that.
Yeah, there's definitely a whole lot of underlying sort of atheistic rooted beliefs that led to these things. I would absolutely agree with you. But the most important thing is when we bring up issues like that, you don't ever want to argue from ignorance, okay? If
Oh, I don't. I know a lot of these biblical positions that they try to attack us with, which is just silly because, I mean, I have my own theories of some of the reasons why God did with certain things, but it's like, how do you explain God to someone who hates him and doesn't know him?
that's right.
It's so difficult. Even if, like, I have all the answers, my answers would not make sense to a non-believer. Just like when, like, you're a non-believer, you try to read the Bible, you just like, what? Like, you can't ingest it. You can't understand it. And so I try to just avoid that just for the basic fact that they don't even want to know the truth. They just want to use that to point out that we're being a hypocrite when we're not.
Well, here's the bottom line. A lot of these arguments they try to give against God fall flat on their face. Like they'll say things like, "Well, if I see certain miracles happen or whatever, then that will convince me to believe in God." But here's the bottom line: when Moses was leading his people across the Red Sea, these people saw in front of their face God part the Red Sea. Escape Pharaoh and his army. These people saw in front of their face God do this, okay? But you still, even after the fact, still had people rebelling against God. They knew God's power. They knew that God was there, yet they were still rebelling against Him. They saw firsthand the power of God in front of their eyes, and they were still rebelling against God for 40 years, wandering around the desert. So the fact that you would see miracles or things like this happen would not necessarily want people to submit to God.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that worked for me, but I know it definitely would not work for everybody because some people will just find a way to explain things away.
Oh yeah,
like my husband even saw what happened in my life. My husband's an agnostic. He saw what happened in my life and the radical transformation that took place in me and physically things that changed on me. And he still is a non-believer. He just he just chalks it up to something, in my body physically just randomly changed. So I mean, I totally get what you're saying, and it's totally true. And that's why, I just ask those people typically, I'll go straight forward and say, "Sir, you need to repent." Even if I had every single answer for all of your arguments against the Bible, even if I had every single answer, you still would not understand it. You would still try to twist it, and you will still hate God. And so it's not going to do anything for our argument here. You either need to, be radically changed by God to understand it, or just these people are just going to stay in their sin. There's nothing we can do about that except for being, a good witness as best as we can.
That's right. And what it comes down to is the Bible makes it very clear that people suppress the truth in unrighteousness.
Mm-hmm. It's written on their heart.
Issue. Yes.
They know. I mean, you can't look around you and see all the uniformity in nature and really, really, truly believe that this all, we're stardust. That's just so ridiculous.
That's right. And
just a cop out.
Yes. And if you know about the Christian apologist William Lane Craig, he puts it like this, on how people want to dismiss evidence of God as just great hallucinations. If you saw just a non-natural thing happen right in front of you, or if you saw just the most marvelous thing that couldn't be explained any other way, who are you to say that, well, that was just a hallucination? You can explain anything away. When it's like this. and I'm pretty sure you've heard this thing before. An atheist cannot find an atheist is not the same way that a thief is not trying to find a policeman.
Yeah.
Have you heard that before?
I think I only heard that one once, but I do recall it. It was a long time ago. When
Yes.
I first got saved, I was obsessed. I did a lot of research. But yeah,
Good.
I've heard that one time, a long time ago, and it's a good one. It's definitely a good way to explain it.
Yes.
You know, they don't want to answer to anybody. They want to answer to themselves. You know, which is this is the whole thing surrounding abortion. You know, I don't know if you know, but I lean more like abolitionist, where I, trust in the sovereignty of God, believe that this is a Christian thing, that all Christians should gather together and fight abortion.
I'm with you on that.
All of
Absolutely.
that stuff. And, I kind of believe that if we as Christians stand shoulder to shoulder with atheist pro-lifers, that God's not going to bless our efforts because we're standing shoulder to shoulder with people who hate him.
I'm with you 100% on that. Absolutely. Amen.
Yeah, it's just one of those tough things where it's not like, I'm not going to respect those people or have love for those people or even still preach the gospel to them or whatever. But, I feel like if we're standing shoulder to shoulder with people who not only hate God, but also it's their belief that has allowed abortion into existence, and it's been around forever. Child sacrifice has been going on for, since the beginning of creation, pretty much. So it's like if we are standing shoulder to shoulder with these people, we're being humanists. We're not being really, the kingdom of God. We're not really being the body of Christ. We're really just being humanists, and that doesn't bring glory to God. Being humanist doesn't bring glory to God. But, standing up for the kingdom does bring glory to God.
That's right. Amen.
So it's one of those tough things, but I'm pretty strong against that. That's why actually my debate group, we debate all things, and you'll see a lot of pro-lifers and abolitionists actually going back and forth because there's a lot of really strong abolitionists and there's some really strong pro-lifers who think, no, we need to gather in numbers. And the abolitionists are like, no, we need to gather with God. There's like that battle in my group too. You'll see a lot of that. So it's going to be fun. But I'm going to get going, actually. I got to get off, and I'm still sitting in Dunkin' Donuts. I got to get out of here. I've been in here since like 1:30 and get home. But this was awesome. I'm glad I was able to participate in that debate, and I'm looking forward to future debates with you, brother.
Oh yeah, I'm going to be doing a lot more of these. So yeah, I'll help to have you.
Awesome, great. Well, I'll be in touch. You be in touch, and we'll catch up later.
All right. Have a good day. God bless, Angie.
Bless you too. Bye-bye.
Bye. But you see one of the things that pro-aborts try to do when they're getting pressed on their nonsense, Jordan.
Yeah, I heard all that crap.
And then he's a nice guy, but I mean, come on, man, that was ridiculous.
Yeah, at first, I couldn't
He had
even-
no valid point whatsoever.
I got Yo, Tony, I got something to say.
What's up?
You see, at the end, I was in my last sixth period in Spanish. I decided to I saw that post you made about the people who care about the lion, the gorilla. I shared it on teens, the teens website. And then I started a huge debate. Basically, I was in there and I heard all types of arguments. Apparently, some people was trying to use the rape argument and it's her body argument. So I replied with, no, it's not her body. If it was, then she would be the one that died. And most of them, they kept going on with saying that it's not human, arbitrary things. They started saying it was human because it was the fetus, but that's basically that's what they call the earlier stages of baby's development. Basically, they didn't have any real arguments. I mean, some of them actually had some. Like, some of them said that, it's going to hurt, and what if she doesn't want it? And I was like, she could have like a interspecific, like a specific pregnancy, like get surgery to put the baby inside the womb of another woman, or if she doesn't want it, she can give it to a foster home or church and others. And then this one atheist started calling me an idiot. And he said that churches do not give money out. And I was like, yes, they do. That's their job. They're supposed to assist people, those who are seeking help in those of the congregation. They're supposed to assist people. And when I told him multiple ways he could deal with the pregnancy, he basically just called me an idiot. And plus, for some reason, they always go with whether the person is raped. But if you're just going to kill the baby because the baby was raped, then it has nothing to do with rape.
I hear you. Hi, Fiona. Good to see you.
Hello. I just wanted to come in and ask a question.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, how many people do you know are campaigning for an increase in the number of abortions?
How many people do I know?
That are actually campaigning for an increase? Give more abortions! Give more abortions! None.
Well, you know, I have seen people campaign with abortion on demand without apology. I have seen that.
That is what you call pro-choice, not pro-abort.
So you say free abortion on demand without apology.
No.
That's not pro-abortion?
It's not pro-abortion. Nobody is campaigning and trying to push how great abortion is.
Oh, yes, they are. You'd be surprised. You
think people are saying how great abortion is?
Yes. In fact, more than once, you'll have people at certain... Well, hold on, Fiona, real quick. You have people at certain rallies and whatnot, even walking around in vagina costumes. You see?
Yeah,
yes, these people are out there.
And wearing a vagina costume, what does that say to you?
What's that?
Somebody wearing a vagina costume, what does that say to you?
What does that say to me? It says to me that they're a bunch of whack jobs, and they think that their vagina is like somehow connected to abortion, but they're really talking about the greatness of how they're actually all referring to abortion being some great thing, to the point to where they would parade around in vagina costumes.
So what happens if they actually have a vagina? They're not just dressed in a vagina costume.
Right.
So if being dressed in a vagina costume means that you're in favour of abortion and you think it's wonderful, what does actually having a vagina mean then? A real vagina, not just a costume. Think about it. You're talking about telling me that you can read the minds of those people.
Well, not necessarily I can
you've just said.
Not necessarily that I can read their minds, but actions speak louder than words.
Well, you just told me what they're thinking. No. You just told me what they're thinking.
Well, do you how somebody thinks by their actions? Would you not?
Dressing in a vagina, I would say dressing in a vagina costume says absolutely nothing about being all in favour of forcing everybody to have an abortion.
I was never talking about forcing people to have abortions, Fiona.
Yeah, but the thing is, with the terminology that you use, pro-aborts, you can't even bring yourself to even water it down to pro-abortion. It's pro-abort. Oh. But nobody is trying to say how wonderful abortion is and encourage people to have abortions. Nobody.
Well,
nobody at all.
Well,
nobody's walking up to pregnant women in the street and saying, go and have an abortion. They're great, honest. Well, nobody's doing that.
Well,
it's the same. Look at it this way. It's the same as walking up to a woman who has breast cancer and cheering on her mastectomy. You see, abortion is used in certain ways, and some people do abuse it, yeah.
I mean,
But if you get rid of all abortion, what do you think is going to happen to those women whose lives are going to be lost if they try to carry a pregnancy to full term?
what I think is going to happen is we're going to go back to how we did things before. And according to Dr. Mary Calderon, a pro-choice OBGYN, there weren't these women who were dying left and right, with these illegal abortions. In fact, according to her testimony,
I'm not talking about illegal abortions.
No, hold
I
on
am
a second.
saying.
Wait,
Listen,
Fiona.
You've ignored the point.
Let me finish. Let me finish real quick. Let me finish real quick. Let me finish real quick, Fiona. Hold on. You say what's going to happen to these women if we make abortion illegal? So were you not talking about illegal abortion at that point?
No, I'm not. What I said was, what is going to happen to those women who will die if they carry a pregnancy to full term, if abortion is illegal? That's what I said. What is going to happen to those women that will die if they try to carry a pregnancy to full term? There is no way on God's earth you can carry a pregnancy to full term to mean illegal abortion. I wasn't mentioning illegal abortion at all. So what is going to happen to those women who will die if they try to carry a pregnancy to full term?
Okay, it seems like you're making a connection to the health issue as opposed to abortion being legal or illegal. It seems like you're trying to make a connection there.
Well, there is a connection. If it's illegal, if you make all abortion illegal, what happens to those women who will die if they try to carry a pregnancy to full term?
Well, here's the thing. With abortion being legal, there are women who will die sometimes who carry a pregnancy to full term. So I don't really see what point you're making.
Well, the point I'm making is this. There are cases where it is known that if a woman attempts to carry a pregnancy to full term, she will die. She will be told that by her doctor. If you try and carry this, you will die. In a world where there is absolutely no abortion, what do you think is going to happen to that woman?
What, like no abortion legal, you mean?
Yeah. What do you think is going to happen?
I mean, like I said, like if we got abortion legal now and women die, there's some women die carrying a pregnancy to term. So I don't see.
I know.
I don't see how I don't see how illegal abortion would really add any weight to what you're saying. I don't really get the connection.
Because I'm not talking about illegal abortions. If a woman, I'm not talking about illegal abortions at all.
I don't know what point you're trying to make.
Don't you just have a C-section?
No, you need to carry it to full term to get a C-section.
Maybe I'm just missing what
you're
saying.
missing.
I don't know.
Okay, you're missing something. Some women are physically incapable of carrying a pregnancy to full term. It will kill them when they're about 5-6 months pregnant. It will kill them.
But that's usually not determined until
Sorry?
they're actually pregnant, though, right?
Well, I mean, that's not an excuse to kill, because like,
I don't know what Veckel means.
Hold on.
But I need to know what Veckel's asking me.
Some people are incapable of being good parents. Okay, that doesn't mean they should kill their born children.
No, Antonio. Imagine this. Your wife gets pregnant, and the doctor says, this pregnancy is going to kill her. the baby will die as well. But this pregnancy is going to kill your wife.
Is there a way to find that out prior to her getting pregnant?
You're not gonna know that 100%.
Not always.
Wait.
You see, the reason
misdiagnoses can happen too, Fiona.
Oh, for goodness sake! Look, I'm going to give you a real life example, okay?
All right.
There was a lady in Ireland, and would you believe it? She was a Hindu.
You're talking about Savita, right?
Sorry? Yes, I am.
And yes, and I investigated that case, and I read the inquest report, and nowhere in it did it say that she needed an abortion to save her life. Nowhere in it did it say that. I read the entire inquest report.
Okay,
in fact, it said that her death was ruled a medical misadventure, and she died.
Yeah, do you know what the misadventure was?
Yes, I do.
What was it that was the misadventure? What was it that killed her?
There was some mishaps that happened to where she had a blood condition.
Do you know what they were? Do you know what the mishap was? That they didn't terminate. That's what killed her.
Well, here's
I'm going to explain it to you, Antonio. I'm going to explain the case to you, Antonio.
She was late term, Fiona. I'm aware of the case.
She was 17 weeks. She was 17 weeks. She was not late term.
Well,
she was 17 weeks. Antonio, will you let me explain to you about this case, please?
Go ahead, finish. Go ahead.
Thank you. This was a much wanted pregnancy. At 17 weeks, she went into premature labour. Now, no fetus will survive at 17 weeks. You're really pushing it at 22, 23 weeks. But at 17 weeks, no fetus will live. Now, she went into premature labour. When they examined her in the hospital, her cervix was fully dilated.
Right.
The membranes had ruptured, and she'd lost all of her amniotic fluid. She was going through what is termed a spontaneous abortion. Bruce, can you mute, please?
Oh, sorry.
So she was going through what's called a spontaneous abortion. That's a miscarriage, right?
Right, I know about those. Yes.
Right. This had not been induced. It just happened. But then the miscarriage stalled. It just stalled. So she is left with a fully open cervix and the membranes are ruptured, meaning that the fetus is exposed to all of the bacteria.
Yeah.
And so is she. Because when you have what they call retained products of conception,
yes,
infection sets in. In a stalled miscarriage or an incomplete miscarriage, you're wide open to infection. Now, given that she was
sepsis.
Right, now, given that she was fully dilated, and given that the membranes had ruptured and she'd lost all the amniotic fluid, she was now in the position of what they call an inevitable miscarriage. They cannot stop the miscarriage. They cannot stop the pregnancy coming to an end. It's going to end, right?
Right.
Now, standard medical procedure in a case like that, because of the high risk of infection to the mother, is to go in and terminate that pregnancy.
Right.
But because this was Ireland, they didn't. They hung about because the fetus still had a heartbeat. They hung about for days and days and days. And that woman started to spike a temperature, showing that she was going septic. This is the worst. Jordan, please mute. And this is the worst.
Mute, man. Mute your mic, man. Do you have a mute? There you go. Thanks, man. Go ahead and finish,
Right.
Fiona.
So, because infection is almost inevitable in that sort of case, the standard medical procedure is to terminate. The pregnancy is going to end no matter what. There is nothing that can be done to save it. But they waited for days and days and days. She started to spike a temperature, which tells you that she now has an infection. And still they did nothing. And they monitored the fetal heartbeat.
Yeah.
And she kept spiking the temperature. And she was septic. She was going septicemic, blood poisoning.
Right.
There was still a fetal heartbeat, so they still wouldn't terminate. And all of the time, her cervix is wide open. The focus of infection is still there.
Right.
And they're doing nothing.
Yes,
And
I'm familiar with all that. Yes.
Only when the fetal heartbeat stopped did they take her to theatre and terminate pregnancy. By which time it was too late. She never regained consciousness, and she died of septic shock. Now, septic shock, when it comes to pregnancy and childbirth and all the rest of it, should be a thing of the past. But she was told that because it was Ireland, they could do nothing until the fetal heartbeat stopped. They knew the fetus was going to die. They knew they couldn't save it. But because they could hear that heartbeat, they risked her life. And she paid the price. And none of this is unexpected. You leave a woman with a stalled miscarriage in the condition that she was in, and she was in agony. She was screaming for them to do the termination, and they wouldn't do it. And you know the worst of it, Antonio? In that situation, the termination would have been legal in Ireland. Not illegal, legal. And in fact, that would be medical best practice, because you cannot take that risk. So instead of losing just the fetus, they lost the fetus and the mother.
Right.
So when you're in that situation where the mother is going to die, do you say, no, you're not getting termination?
Well, that's not inconsistent with the pro-life position at all. In fact, there's like nobody that I'm aware of on the pro-life side who with an understanding of what was going on in that case, who would have said that what those doctors in Ireland did was absolutely irresponsible and they should be held accountable for it. In fact, I called for every last single one of those doctors to be held accountable for what they did, which led to her death.
Right, now that's what I was talking about, Antonio.
Right.
When you're looking at a the maternal death, if the pregnancy is allowed to continue, if abortion is completely illegal, then you will have many, many more cases like that.
Not necessarily.
Yes, necessarily. You have no idea.
Wait a sec.
You know?
Wait a sec. Just because some doctors screwed around were irresponsible does not necessitate that all these types of cases would necessarily happen. Because here's the thing. As I said, like pre-Roe v. Wade, according to Dr. Mary Calderon, abortions which were illegal were done by obstetricians well respected in their communities. And there weren't,
We're not talking about illegal abortions.
No, this is relevant for this reason. This is relevant for this reason because even in the 1960s, which is what she was saying this, even in the 1960s, you didn't have all these women dying left and right with abortion being illegal. It just wasn't happening. There's no sufficient evidence to back that up. There wasn't thousands of women dying with illegal abortions, okay?
I'm not talking about illegal abortions, Antonio.
And let me finish my point. And the what the ethics of the OBGYNs who are monitoring certain cases like that are what's important here, not whether abortion is illegal or illegal. Because even if abortion is made illegal, you're still going to have doctors with good ethics, and you're still going to have doctors with terrible ethics. So this issue about is made illegal. Wait, let me finish. Because I let you talk for a while, so let me finish. So this issue about more cases like that will happen if abortion is made illegal does not necessarily follow, because it's about what the ethics of the doctors are who are monitoring certain cases. It has nothing to do with whether would making abortion illegal would lead to more cases like that. It's about the ethics of the doctors themselves. That's the point.
Antonio, if abortion was completely illegal, then in that case, a termination would not have been allowed. In other words, the case would have happened exactly as it did. If the option of abortion wasn't there. Now, if the option of abortion was there, the doctors thought it wasn't.
There was no case, there was nothing, well, as you rightly pointed out, there was nothing in Iran's law that forbid a termination in that particular circumstance.
Right.
That was just the doctors being...
Right.
They were being cautious with the law.
So that literally does absolutely nothing to support your point at all.
Yeah, it does, because if you make abortion completely illegal, then all of these miscarriages that stall will be left to just happen on their own. And if they're stalled the way that one was, then the mother is put at very high risk of maternal sepsis.
Antonio, in that instance, would you call that an abortion, or would you call it some other medical procedure?
Yeah, I think it's okay. I think it's this is a great time for us to find terms in context here. Okay, termination and abortion isn't necessarily the same thing. Like
medically, they are.
Yeah.
No. Wait a sec. Let me explain what I mean. Okay. You can terminate a pregnancy in a severely life-threatening situation, like the one Savita was dealing with, or let's say an ectopic pregnancy. But that doesn't mean like intentional killing, abortion. Okay, that does not necessitate to that particular context. A termination could be like removing the unborn baby outside the womb to attempt to resolve the situation. But that don't mean that intentionally killing the baby inside the womb, like chopping the baby up into pieces before you remove it, that doesn't mean that that's necessary. I'm not against terminating a pregnancy. What I'm against is the intentional killing of the unborn child to terminate the pregnancy, and that's the point.
How else? Whoa. Here's a problem. Abortion means that a pregnancy aborts. i.e. it comes to an end.
Yes, abort. The root word means to stop something.
It terminates, okay?
Right.
So the term abortion, right. So you've got this term abortion. Now, there can be a thing called spontaneous abortion.
Right, I don't argue that. I talk about that all the time in my hangouts.
Right. Spontaneous abortion is what the layman calls a miscarriage.
Right.
Nobody's done anything, okay? That's a spontaneous abortion.
Right, I don't argue against that. Right.
If there is a medical termination, if an abortion is induced medically, then you call it a termination. Because abortion covers anything that brings a pregnancy to an end.
That's not necessarily true, and I can quote
No,
you
in medical.
wait. I can quote you medical doctors who would tell you that a termination to save a woman's life is not even referred to as an abortion. I can refer to you with medical professionals very well high and respected in their fields who would say that.
Well, certainly not in the UK.
I think that's a problem with the language rather than
Yes.
anything else.
No, it's not a problem with the
Right.
language. I mean,
No, hang on. A doctor will make, depending on the context in the conversation, they will understand that the word abortion means anything that ends the pregnancy. But they will also use the word abortion to refer to things which are elected by the mother as well as things which are medically necessary. But they'll use the term termination just to differentiate between the two.
If you're talking about to simply terminate a pregnancy, then you can say even a childbirth is an abortion, because it would technically
for goodness sake.
No, because childbirth technically terminates pregnancy. Yes, it does.
Oh,
and childbirth can be induced. Early delivery can be induced.
Yeah.
I don't think.
So what are you arguing?
You're being very.
Look, I'm just giving you the medical definitions here, okay? That's all I'm giving you. Medical definitions.
But here's the thing.
So that we know what we're talking about.
Right. I understand that. But
them in a very strange way.
No. Wait a minute. I'm not using it in a strange way at all, because termination.
To describe a birth at full term as an abortion.
What I'm telling you.
Normal childbirth as an abortion.
What I'm telling you is, we're talking about a termination of pregnancy, right? And there's more than one way in which pregnancy can be terminated, and termination can be induced by early delivery, which is childbirth. That can happen, okay? Just because we're talking about termination of pregnancy does not mean we're talking about all contexts. The only context I'm against is the literal intentional killing of the unborn. That's it.
Right. Okay, so if you've got an ectopic pregnancy, so the fetus is developing in the fallopian tube. Okay?
I know about that.
Right.
Okay.
And you have to actually go in there and remove the fetus. It may be 6 weeks.
You have to chop the baby up. You have to chop the baby up and remove it out, or can you just surgically remove it, without killing it?
No, it's going to die.
It's 6 weeks. It's 6 weeks.
I mean, whatever you
6
do.
weeks. It's 6 weeks gestation.
Whatever
if
you do.
remove it from the mother's body, you are killing it.
No,
get it?
No, you're not. No, you're not. Here's the thing.
Yes, you are.
Let me explain the difference. If in that difficult circumstance, and I remove and if the doctors remove the unborn from the womb, that will lead to the death of the unborn. But that's quite a different case than, let's say, chopping the baby up and then removing it to pieces, or let's say somebody's on life support, right? And they were to, for whatever reason, die on their own. Okay, that's quite different than taking a gun and shooting them to death while they're still on life support.
Yeah,
there's a difference between them passively. There's a difference between them. Wait, stop.
I was going to help.
No, stop. You quit interrupting. There's a difference between them passively passing away and dying, as opposed to you intentionally taking their life actively. There's a huge difference.
Okay, but that's the point.
Can I say something real quick?
Yes.
Yeah, I just wanted to say just a quick comment. I don't. And can you guys hear me? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I think I got a little bit of a lag because it's a poor connection here where I'm at. So, but I'll just say this: I think the real thing that I think you pointed out earlier, Antonio, is the motive behind an abortion.
Yes.
Why is a person actually doing it? Because I think, I mean, a situation where it comes to either saving the baby or saving the mother, I don't know. Personally, I'm in a sort of agnostic area with that. I don't know how God feels about the decision that a doctor would make on whether or not they should save the baby or the mother. I don't know. However, I will say dogmatically that a person who is getting pregnant because they have peanut butter legs and they're constantly having sex with other several men and constantly getting pregnant, and they refuse to take care of that baby because it's an inconvenience to them. That is a sin. That is what's evil. That is under the category of murder, because this person is deliberately wanting to get rid of another soul for the sole purpose of convenience.
Right, and that's what I'm arguing. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. I now just you're wrapping it up. So again, I would say in a situation like what you guys are talking about, that's a sticky one for me, and I'm trying to listen to both sides to see what you guys say.
Well,
go ahead.
I think maybe
here's the thing.
Is that let me just point this out.
All right.
The point that I was making with this particular case was the choices they were faced with were to lose the fetus or to lose the fetus and the mother. And they took the path that just about guaranteed that they would lose the fetus and the mother. 2 lives gone. A husband now without a wife. But that's the path they chose, the risk that they took in just sitting back and waiting. You see, I'm with Veckel on the use of terminations as some form of contraception. I think that's dreadful. I really do. But the problem in outlawing all abortion is that you will come up against cases like the one in Ireland, and you will have no choice but to sit back and hope that the mother doesn't die as well, because that is the choice: the fetus only that dies, or the fetus and the mother die. And faced with that choice, how many here would say, let them both die?
Right.
How many of you here would say that? Let them both die.
Right. That's called the principle of double effect. And what that means is in a situation to where both can die, it's better to save one life than to lose two. That's the principle of double effect. So, and that is absolutely not inconsistent with the pro-life position. So there's really nothing that we disagree with here, honestly.
Up to a point, because there are many pro-life people who want an absolute ban on abortion. Absolute ban.
I can't help but bring in that when I was in this hangout earlier before I left, wasn't this discussion like totally opposite? I mean, I thought all abortion had to be illegal in every case.
Well, we were talking about in cases of like mere convenience and things like this.
Oh no, we were talking about incest and rape, and maybe even incest with a retarded.
That's right.
People where the mother was in danger, and you said no, those cases have been studied, and this doesn't happen.
No, that's not what I said, dude. I did not say that. Come on, man.
Oh, maybe I misunderstood you. I thought you were saying that was not the deal or something. Maybe I was hearing what the lady there was saying earlier. It appeared it was coming across as though this just doesn't happen. That the mother's not really in danger or something. That's how I got it. Maybe what did I hear wrong?
Here's the point that was made, and we can build the rest of this discussion from this point, even if we were to grant for the sake of argument that we could intentionally kill the unborn in a life-threatening situation in which two lives could be lost and try to save at least one life, even if we were to grant for the sake of argument that we can allow an intentional killing termination, that would not necessarily extrapolate to, yep, since this is a case to where we have an intentional termination, then just abortion in any and every context should be allowed.
Right.
Well,
I agree.
don't think anybody was saying that. I think my point was if there are exceptions.
But the problem, but Bruce,
Right.
that's the problem though. The problem is that most the pro-aborts will use that as an argument to defend abortions of all kinds.
Yes.
Well, would you accept?
They'll say, well, since abortion is okay in this instance, it must be okay. It must be morally acceptable in other cases as well, such as inconvenience.
I think
Exactly.
it's a lack of empathy. I think it shows, and I think it's abused and it's disgusting. And I don't think in any case it's ever really acceptable. However, I can't help but notice, at least for myself, that sometimes it's at least understandable. You know,
Well, it's not understandable under the realm of inconvenience. If a woman is getting pregnant and she says, you know what, I just don't have enough money to take care of this baby, I'm going to have it killed. That is not acceptable. That's not morally acceptable.
What about rape? Rape's not necessarily.
That's not morally acceptable either.
Why?
Because it's not a situation where the woman's life is in danger.
No, but
you may be surprised, actually.
Okay.
You may be surprised.
The only place I would be sympathetic in the case, and again, I'm sort of agnostic in this area, is the case where both lives are in jeopardy. Okay, that's the only time I would actually show some sort of concern, real legitimate concern, I would say. But in the case of a woman getting raped, yes, that's a horrible thing that happened to her. But don't kill the baby.
Exactly.
Well, can I ask you a question,
Kill the
Vekel?
rapist. Don't kill the baby.
Exactly.
Can I ask you a question, Vekel?
I'm sorry, Fiona, but I don't think there's any really legitimate or moral excuse.
I've not even said what I'm going to say.
Wait. Hold on, stop. Go ahead and ask your question, Fiona.
Yeah, because I don't see if Vekel can disagree with me when I haven't said anything.
Okay, fair enough. Go ahead and ask your question.
I was going to ask him a question.
All right, just calm down. It's all good. Just ask your question.
Okay. There was a case recently, I think it was in Brazil, and it was a 9-year-old girl who was pregnant because her uncle had been raping her. 9 years old.
Okay, go on.
What'd you do in that case? 9 years old.
Okay, again, what did I say before, Fiona? In the case of wait a minute, let me finish. In the case of the woman's life being in danger or in jeopardy because of the pregnancy, I am agnostic in that case. But again, you don't kill the baby because of inconvenience. In the case of a 9-year-old, yes, that's a horrible thing for that, to happen to that little girl. But you don't kill the unborn child just because this 9-year-old is not old enough to get a job at McDonald's and take care of the baby. Okay, the doctors. Wait a minute.
Okay.
The doctors and adults that are responsible, that are willing to help this 9-year-old go through her pregnancy. Okay, regardless, and we're taking away the element of her life being in jeopardy. Okay, let's just take that part out. Let's just assume that she is going to be fine through the entire pregnancy. Okay, in this scenario, those that are able to take care of her and help this little girl walk through her pregnancy, they can help her give birth. Okay, whether through its natural childbirth or probably a C-section in this case, I don't know. And then give the baby up for adoption. But don't kill the child just because it's inside of a 9-year-old girl who's not able to get a job.
Okay, but
no, it's got nothing to do with a job, Vekel. Please let me say this. Okay. Vekel, the mortality rate for very young girls in labour, in fact, in the final trimester of pregnancy as well, is very, very high. So it's
Fiona.
not.
Fiona.
I'll let you finish. Let me finish, please.
Die while pregnant rather than get into birth.
Okay,
So
Fiona.
you're gonna.
I'll let you finish.
But Fiona, why are you bringing? Wait, Fiona. Why are you bringing that up when I already covered that area? There's two areas here. There's either the area.
You missed something out, Michael. Let me say what I was going to say. I'll let you finish.
Right, go ahead and make it finish, Fiona. Go ahead.
Right. What I'm saying is that in children of that very young age, 9 years old, the death rate in the final 3 months of the pregnancy and in childbirth itself is very high. So this 9-year-old girl has a much higher chance of actually dying.
Well, they perform C-sections.
Oh my goodness.
They perform C-sections.
Will you let me finish?
Real quick.
Let me finish.
Well, hold on.
Let me finish.
Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on. Hold on. There was a 10-year-old girl who was in a similar situation. And she had the child by way of a C-section. So if we factor that into the equation, then that can be something we could look at.
Right, now can I make my point?
Yes.
No, I actually finished what I was saying.
Yeah, go ahead.
Right, so what I'm trying to point out to Vekel is it's not just because, well, she's 9, she can't get a job at McDonald's. That's not the point I was making. It's the risk to that 9-year-old child.
Oh, come on.
No, seriously.
Why can't we? Okay,
hang on.
one question.
Do you
Fiona,
honestly
wait,
think
Fiona,
the
what did you not,
capable
Fiona, what
of
do you not get?
children?
Wait, Fiona, what are you not understanding about what I?
Can I ask one question real quick? Maybe.
All right, go ahead, and then I want to respond to Fiona real quick for a brief moment. But go ahead.
Would it be okay to bring the Bible into the discussion and use this guy?
Not right now. We're not talking about that. Don't even try that, man.
Yeah, I knew the Bible would fail. All right, have a good day, man.
Brucifer's always saying weird stuff. Well, the Bible is my ultimate authority, so I will say that much. Which is why I say abortion is wrong. But
that's my but that's not the grounds I'm arguing on here. And
yeah, I just want to say, yeah, Fiona. Again, I gave you two ideas. There's the case of a woman's life, in this case, the little girl, her life being in jeopardy. Okay, I'm agnostic about that. But I said in a scenario where assuming that her life is going to be fine, that she's going to be just fine during the pregnancy, what do? You still let the child have the birth or give her a C-section or something like that. You walk her through it. Don't let this little girl be on her own with this pregnancy. 9-year-olds don't know nothing about being pregnant. So, but I'm saying there is not an excuse to kill the baby just because this little girl might have her life in danger. But I'm saying if that is the case, you don't kill the baby because you have a hunch that okay, she's 9 years old. Most cases, 9-year-olds are. Wait, Fiona, are you even listening to me?
Yes, and I'm saying it's not a hunch.
No, but Fiona, you keep bringing it.
I would need to be not listening.
But it's the point is, it's not a necessary conclusion that all 9-year-olds.
Exactly.
No, that's the point I made. The point I said was it's a much higher risk pregnancy. Much higher
wait.
risk.
Hold on. Can I say something? Can I say something real quick? What the heck
is
this dude?
Wait. Let Fiona.
What the heck is this dude Daryl saying?
Wait, hold on, Vecco.
I'm sorry.
Hold on, Vecco. Let Fiona finish what she was going to say.
We know that the younger a child is, the higher the risk is, not just in childbirth but in pregnancy as well. Caesarean sections don't cure every problem that there can be. Some of the problems arise. No, I know you didn't say that. I'm just pointing this out.
Fair enough.
Caesarean sections don't cure every problem that there can be. You can have problems way before that. and some of them can be medical emergencies, and they're much more likely in very young girls.
Which
And
covers what
the
Becca was
reason,
saying.
and because the risks to these very young girls are so much higher, you have, and also,
Look, keep
there's-
going, friend. I'm not. Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry,
finish.
Beckle, you need to pack that in, please.
I mean, just finish,
If
Fiona. Go ahead.
you see, Beckle is talking about don't kill the baby, but he's quite happy to put this 9-year-old girl at a much higher risk. And it seems to me, and I could be wrong,
Wow.
but it seems that those who are taking this pro-life position are only pro-life up to the point of birth. And after that, they don't give a toss about the life.
Well, yeah, Veckel said that
That's the
explicitly.
Wait. I gotta step
let me-
into this. This is
Real quick, let me address this, Vekel. Okay, so are you basically saying if you're
All right.
pro-choice that you don't have to give a crap about born children?
Say that again?
Are you saying if you're pro-choice you don't have to give a flying crap about born children?
No, that's the opposite of what I just said. That's
Wait,
the opposite.
wait a
What
minute.
I
Wait a minute.
Let me
You said,
repeat it.
hold
You
on, let me
understand me,
finish.
obviously.
Let me finish. Hold on. You're saying that there are pro-life people out there who are only pro-life until the point of birth, and then they don't give a crap. Now, what I'm telling you is, are you saying that pro-choicers don't have to give a crap about born children as long
No,
as
I'm
they're
not saying that at
pro-choice?
all. No, I'm not
Okay,
saying that at all.
then why would you try to impugn pro-lifers alone? Why didn't you point out
Because-
pro-choicers in the same way?
Because what I'm saying is the concern seems to be for the potential life prior to birth. Because with this 9-year-old and this much higher risk that she will be at because she's so young.
there. She is again.
Yeah, but you didn't point out no concern with
What do you mean there she is?
pro-choicers.
No, hold on.
All right, Fiona,
What do you
let me stop it.
Beckle,
But you didn't-
what do you mean
Hold on.
there she is
Let me say
again?
something. Hold on.
But
Wait a
Beckle,
minute.
Tell me what you
Fiona, Fiona. Let me
Tell me
say
what you
something
meant.
because you've been talking for a
Tell
little
me
bit.
what you meant,
Let me respond. Okay,
Tell
hold
me
on a
what you
second.
meant.
Wait a minute. Just
Tell
be
me
quiet.
what you meant.
Be quiet,
Hold it.
please.
Stop,
Be
stop,
quiet,
stop.
please.
Wait, stop. Go ahead, Vekel.
All right, this is killing me. Fiona, let me put you in a. She keeps bringing up the risk. Okay, what did I say? I said in a case of the woman's life being in jeopardy, I'm agnostic about that area. Okay, I don't know, and I'm speaking on a morally speaking. Okay, I'm not talking about scientifically or whether or not she'll actually survive. I'm talking about a moral issue here. Okay, you keep bringing up the risk. Okay, fine, I got that. Now let's put it in a scenario where she is actually able to survive the pregnancy. Okay, let me ask you, Fiona. If you knew for a fact, if the doctors knew for a fact that this 9-year-old would survive the entire pregnancy, would it still be moral for them to commit an abortion? Yes or no?
No.
Okay,
But
that is
you
my
see-
point.
But,
That is
but
my
here's,
point.
like,
Why?
here's my point.
Why would you say
Doctors-
something stupid?
Excuse
Why would you
me.
say? Wait a minute, Fiona.
Beckle,
Why would you?
Okay, let me
ask me a question.
let me
You
interrupt.
asked me
All
a
right.
question.
Fiona, wait a minute.
Stop. What,
He asked me a question, Antonio.
okay. But,
No, I want to respond to something you said about me that I think is ridiculous.
Okay, real quick. What he's saying is, why would you keep bringing up the risk when he agrees with you? Let's say a 9-year-old child life could be in danger, and you might want to step in and terminate. He agrees with you on that.
But
What he's asking you is, why are you bringing that up when he agrees
And-
with you?
Well, he didn't agree with me at
you
the
know what else
beginning
she
of
said?
it.
But this
No,
is
no,
other
no,
thing.
Beckle.
Wait, no, Fiona, I gotta
They
respond to the other thing that you said
Antonio,
about
he
me. that is-
answered,
All right.
asked me a question, and
Wait a
I've never
minute.
been allowed to answer
All
it.
right. You go, Vekel, and then you, Fiona. Go.
All right, I just want to make a quick response to something she said about me, okay, which I think is ridiculous. She said that I would much prefer the child to be at risk than to let the than the other option. I said that's ridiculous. How would you? Why would you say something like that after I've said I've agreed with you that if I'm agnostic in the area about the child's life being in danger.
Right, let me answer your question. I did not say that about you, Vekel.
You did. Why would you rewind the video? I was listening to you.
Antonio, am I going to get to actually answer them without
No, Fiona, the reason why I didn't interrupt you before is because I was trying to be polite, but you did say that about me earlier, a few minutes ago.
No, I said it seems to me that those who are so pro-choice, listen very carefully, Vekel. Try in English.
I know what I heard.
It seems to me. So that's my opinion on all of these people, loads of people who are rabidly pro-choice. I didn't mention Vekel.
You did. I heard you. Fiona, would you like? Hold on. You know what? You go ahead, keep talking. I'm just gonna go ahead and go to the video, and I'm gonna rewind it because I heard you with my own ears. Now maybe you misspoke.
Specify that I was talking about you and you
never mind.
alone. I said
Never mind.
those who are pro-choice. I said those who are pro-choice, and I said it seems to me. That means I am giving an opinion. I am telling you the impression I get. I am not saying it is a fact. It is an opinion.
Right, that makes sense.
Right, I got you.
Now,
well, that makes sense.
Right, thank you very much,
Fiona.
And if you'd shut up and let me tell you that, then we wouldn't have gone round in circles.
Calm down.
Let me finish answering the question.
Hold on. Calm down, Fiona. We appreciate you clearing that up. That's cool. We got that. Now,
I shouldn't have had to clear it up.
Well, misunderstandings.
Well, you do have to clear it up because I know what I heard. But
here's the thing: misunderstandings are going to happen sometimes. It's not a big deal, okay?
When I've been trying to clear that misunderstanding up for quite some time, while Vekel kept interrupting me.
Well, Fiona, all I kept saying to you is that this is going to be my third time saying this. In the case of a woman's life being in jeopardy, or both the woman and the child's life being in jeopardy, I'm agnostic on the area, morally speaking. I don't know what God would say in a case like that. However, if the woman's life and the child's life are both capable of surviving the pregnancy, I don't see any excuse at all for committing or performing an abortion, even if it is a 9-year-old. And let me respond to Daryl here too.
I'm still trying to answer the question you asked me way back, and you've still not let me finish answering it.
All right.
Okay.
I just wanted to respond to something real quick that Daryl said. Can I, real quick? I apologize. Let me just respond to it before I forget.
Go, why not?
Okay. Daryl brought up some issue. He asked me if I was a Muslim.
Oh, no.
And the reason why he asked, I don't know why you would ask me that. Why you ask me? Because I know the connection between Muhammad, being 52 years old and dating, marrying Khadijah, I think her name was, who he married her at 6 years old, and he consummated their marriage, or so-called consummated, at age 9. So why would you ask me that if I'm a Muslim?
Okay, so I can explain that one.
Yeah, please do, because I don't like why you're asking me that question. I would really want to know why you're asking that question.
Not a literal question. If you know that Muhammad married a 9-year-old. So what I was saying was that in order to believe that it was okay for a 9-year-old to be allowed to go to full-term pregnancy, you'd have to be someone like Muhammad. Hence the question.
Who says that it's okay?
Asking if he was a Muslim.
Who says that it's okay to marry a 9-year-old? Who said that?
Muhammad married a 9-year-old.
But okay, why did you bring that argument, dude? Why would you bring that up?
Hang on.
Exactly. I wonder why. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Why did you bring that up?
Understand what I just said?
Well, say it again.
Okay. The question wasn't actually, are you a Muslim? The whole of the question carried an implication and a different meaning to it. What I was saying was, in order for somebody to believe that it was acceptable for a 9-year-old to be pregnant and be allowed to carry that baby to full term, you'd have to be someone that was deluded And one example of
False.
such a person
False.
is
Oh my
Muhammad.
goodness.
Absolutely
That's
reject
false.
that.
That's
Absolutely
false.
reject that entirely.
Absolutely, yeah,
Because
absolutely
there
false.
are even
Absolutely false.
there are even
Well,
atheists.
didn't I have to be-
Look, wait. Go ahead, and then you can go, Emmanuel. There are even atheist pro-lifers who hold the same position we
I'm
do.
still trying to
So
answer
you
the
can get
question.
that mess out of here.
Yeah,
What were you
yeah,
about to say?
seriously.
None of
You about to say, Emmanuel?
Antonio, you saw what he was doing right there, right? He's trying to make it seem
What
like
the Emmanuel?
he's trying to put me in a situation
If
to say that I support pedophilia because I want this child to continue having her child. That's what he's trying to put me in.
Yeah,
He's
that's
trying to put me in this
ridiculous.
category.
No, if I'd wanted to say that, I would have said it, but I wouldn't
No,
say
you don't have to say that, Daryl. You don't have
No,
to say it
I
in those
would.
exact
If I
words.
was
That's like me
reading
saying
that,
that
I would
Trinity.
have to
The
say
Trinity
that.
is not in the word Trinity is not in the Bible, but that doesn't mean that it's not inferred. That's exactly what you're trying to do with me, Daryl. You're trying to say that because I believe that this child should go on ahead with the pregnancy, regardless of, despite taking away from the idea that her life might be in danger. You're saying that's equivalent to pedophilia. That's what you're trying to say.
No.
Yes, you are saying that.
No. Is
Yes.
no clear enough?
You said
Is that a little ambiguous?
it is. You said that to let the child have the baby
Yep.
is no different than
You would have to be
you have to be
deluded.
deluded. Well, that's your opinion. That's fine.
Yeah,
If
fine.
you think that people are deluded, that's fine.
No.
I'm not going to argue against your opinion, but you
Yeah,
can't
so-
prove that.
Exactly, that's
You
your
would have
personal
to be
opinion.
deluded to
And-
think that. Can I just finish the sentence?
Dude, there are even atheists, pro-lifers who would agree
Hang on.
with us. Are you going to make that
Can I
same
finish the
argument for
sentence?
atheists too? Are you going to make that same argument for atheist pro-lifers too?
You would have to be deluded to think that it was sensible to allow a 9-year-old to attempt to go on to complete full-term pregnancy.
Okay,
Because the
Daryl,
risk
did you
is
hear the
so
scenario?
great.
That's your
Daryl.
personal opinion, and that's not going to fly.
That's your personal
Not
opinion,
a personal
and I don't really care
Yes,
about
it
your
is.
opinion.
Fighting?
But Daryl,
Yes, it is.
but Antonio, see the
Tell
scenario
me, how
is.
many 9-year-olds?
Hold on. The scenario is that if nobody. First of all, nobody here is advocating pedophilia. Nobody's
not
advocating, and we're definitely not advocating 9-year-olds to get pregnant. Okay, what we are advocating is the survival of that baby, whether or not that child was raped or deliberately impregnated by messing around with some other 9-year-old boy, if that's even possible. Okay. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about letting that unborn child survive. Okay? That has nothing to do with anybody saying, oh, we like 9-year-old girls.
Yeah, I never said
That's
that.
ridiculous.
All right,
No, I
real,
never said that.
all right, real quick. Okay.
Anyway, I've
look.
got to go, and Fiona wants to answer Veckel.
All
Yeah.
right, I was about to get there, and you can answer Veckel or whatever, and then you can go, Emmanuel, after her. But
Right,
thanks for
can
coming
you-
by there.
Can you all remember what Veckel said?
What's that?
Can you remember what Veckel said?
Do I remember what he said? What
Yeah, do you
refer
remember
The
to?
issue with the 9-year-old?
Do you remember the scenario that he was wanting me to answer?
Yeah.
to? Do you remember the scenario?
Oh, yeah. The scenario, real quick. The scenario was if the 9-year-old, if her being pregnant, if you knew for a fact, the doctors knew she was going to survive, she's going to be just fine throughout the entire pregnancy, as well as the baby. Okay, would you still advocate for her to have an abortion?
Right. Now, I answered, no, I would not. But here's the problem. Even in an adult female, doctors cannot give that assurance. They don't have a crystal ball. And we know that in very young girls, the risks of attempting to carry a pregnancy to term are much, much higher.
Well,
And we
nobody's
also know
arguing
that the
against
risk.
that.
Oh, for goodness sake!
I said nobody's arguing against that. I was agreeing with you. That's all I
Right.
said.
Right. So we know from the statistics that the morbidity and mortality rate is higher in very young girls just trying to carry the pregnancy. We also know that the morbidity and mortality is higher in those very young girls who get to term and give birth, whether it's vaginally or by C-section. We know the risks are much, much higher in that age, in 9-year-olds. So there is no way that a doctor could ever give that assurance. A doctor cannot say, this pregnancy will be absolutely fine, you will have no problems with it, and you'll come through the birth and you'll be great. They can't do that because doctors cannot see into the future.
Exactly.
They can't give an assurance either way. They can't give an assurance either way.
So no, but what they can say
it goes both ways.
Yeah, but what they can say is looking at the statistics.
Yes.
Yeah, Feckle, for goodness sake.
Well, I want to respond. You're going on, but go ahead.
I waited long enough to actually make the response, Feckle, didn't I?
Finish, Fiona. Go ahead.
Given that from the statistics we know that there are greater risks the younger the girl is, and given a 9-year-old, it's surprising that a 9-year-old can even get pregnant, but it's happened.
Right. Yes.
And you know it's going to be a risky pregnancy. You know she was being habitually raped by the uncle. This was all against her will. And she now has to attempt to carry that pregnancy with all the additional inherent risks to one as young as she is. And she's got to carry those risks. Not you, not the uncle, not the doctors, but that 9-year-old child. There are 2 children here. One is 9. One is not yet born. And the risks to the 9-year-old are so much greater than they would be to a mature woman.
But we don't make a decision to brutalize an innocent child to death because of that horrific circumstance.
Right. And can I respond to Fiona bringing it back? But wait, Fiona, let me ask you this then. You say that statistically, children are not able to survive, or a pregnancy, whatever, is not able to survive a pregnancy at that young of an age.
No,
I grant you that.
What I said was, statistically, the risks are higher.
Okay, gotcha. Statistically, the risks are higher. Okay, great. So does that still give an excuse for a doctor to say, you know what, statistics show that children at this age are at a higher risk of having some sort of ailment during the pregnancy? We should just go on ahead and commit an abortion, even though they're looking at the 9-year-old and by doctor standards, she's fine. There's no risk readily seen at the moment, but because the statistics say that this and this and this, we should just go on ahead and commit an abortion. Baby, most likely the baby won't survive anyway. Let's just go on ahead and commit an abortion. Is that what you're asserting?
No, what I'm saying is that this is a really difficult area. That's what I'm saying.
The only thing that's difficult is when the risk appears. When the ailment appears.
Yeah, well,
that's the difficult issue.
Right. Here's one of the things that can actually happen. A uterine rupture. You don't have time to get them to hospital before they bleed out. So we're not just talking about getting a little bit unwell, because some of the complications can be almost immediately fatal. This is the problem that you have to think about. Those risks still exist in adult females.
That's right.
But they are much higher in a very young child, like a 9-year-old.
Of course.
And you've got no guarantee in any way, shape or form that this is going to be not a problematic pregnancy. In fact, if just looking at the statistics, there are going to be problems.
But there's no guarantee either way. You can say that there's a you can say that there's a likelihood that there would be problems. You can say there's a higher likelihood
Right.
that there would be problems.
And also, let me say this, Fiona. Again, what you're doing is you're bringing it back to the scenario where I admitted to you that I'm agnostic in that area. Okay.
Yeah, but
it doesn't matter it doesn't matter if she's 9 or she's 99. Okay. I'm talking about me being agnostic in the area regarding the pregnancy. I don't know, morally speaking, if committing an abortion would be in God's eyes wrong or evil. I don't know. In that case. I don't know. However, what I'm saying is outside of the area where risks or ailment is concerned, okay, there is no other excuse. Okay, you put the baby up for adoption, or convince the lady to keep the baby and take care of it. You don't kill the baby because, well, I can't get this job at McDonald's, so I can't take care of the child. Let me just go on ahead and kill it.
Because here's the problem.
In the scenario we talked about, a 9-year-old's not going to be getting a job at
No,
McDonald's.
it is what we're talking about. We're talking about both. We're talking about convenience versus an actual risk of both the mother and the child. Those are the two things that are combating each other at this point.
No, not really, because you're not expecting a 9-year-old to go and get a job at McDonald's when she's been raped repeatedly by her uncle.
Exactly. Okay, Fiona, and I said.
And that's why bringing this up about getting a job at McDonald's, I think is a bit of a red herring.
Of course, the child can't work, but I'm saying if the child is okay, and I know you have your statistics about the high risk. Okay, fine, but let's say that the child is doing just fine in her 8th month, okay, and the doctors have been watching her closely for all their whole term, the whole time. And then let's say she's successful, let's say before that time, she's going to be 10 years old next year, okay? And there's no sign of a risk or any type of danger to her health at all during the early stages of her pregnancy, okay? She can still, after giving birth, give the child up for adoption. Mm-hmm. Or if there's some responsible family members that can help her take care of the child, you're great. But there's no reason, if she's going to survive the pregnancy, okay, there's no reason to say, well, statistics say, let's go on ahead and kill the baby. I just don't see any excuse for that. Now, again, I'm agnostic about the area, about her health, okay? I'll grant you that. I don't know. I don't know where I side on that, to be honest with you. What I'm doing is I'm going deeper. I'm looking at the motive behind these actions, okay, which is what I think God does too. Okay, He looks at the heart of the matter. Why is a person doing these things? Not what, but why. Okay, God commanded Israel to kill all of the Amalekite babies in 1 Samuel 15. Okay. Is that the same as a woman going to an abortion clinic and having a baby killed because she couldn't get a job at McDonald's? No. Those are two separate things. They're the same actions, but they're the two separate things, two separate motives behind the thing. And that's what I'm looking at. And that's why I'm saying, again, ad nauseum, that when it comes to the woman's health being in danger or the baby's health being in danger, I honestly don't know. I don't know where I would side in that. But if both sides are, I guess she left.
Okay, she's back.
All right. Oh, okay. She probably lost connection, but that's all I'm saying. I'm trying to look at the heart of the matter. That's all. Because I think that's what it really boils down to when we get into these discussions about why a person is doing it.
All right. Let's take a step back here. Fiona, do you think abortion should be legal if a woman has consensual sex, right? But she has a pregnancy at an inconvenient time. Do you think it should be legal for her to get an abortion for that reason?
I don't like that idea at all. I don't like it at all. But then the next question you have to ask yourself is, if you force her to go through with the pregnancy, what sort of life is the child going to have? Or are you
Mm-hmm.
going to force her to go through with the pregnancy and then take the child away from her? And put it up for adoption.
So
You know,
emotional.
It's difficult. It's difficult. I mean, I don't know if you heard the last thing I said before my connection dropped. But what I said was, in all of this, where does a 9-year-old get to choose if she should take the risk or not? Because you see, she never got any choice when her uncle was raping her. Where does she actually get a choice instead of things being done to her?
Well, I think the more pertinent issue is this: we don't think anybody, whether you're a 9-year-old child, a 29-year-old adult, we don't think anybody should have the right to intentionally take the life of their unborn child if there aren't serious issues at hand to which their life could very well be seriously in danger if they were to continue the pregnancy. Other than situations like that, I don't believe that abortion should be allowed.
You see, I mean, that's why it's for those cases. That's the reason why I would not be in favour of a blanket ban on abortion, because cases like this will come up time and again.
Yeah, I think we can definitely make room for serious cases like that. And I think even before abortion was made legal in the United States, here where I'm at, there was room for certain things like that. And I think there was room for certain cases like that even in Ireland. And sadly and tragically, those doctors failed to do their job. And I would, agree with you right there that was really messed up what happened to that woman.
Yeah, and the problem was that the law wasn't clear. And doctors had been asking for years for the law to be clarified, because a doctor isn't a lawyer. And when you have a patient in need of treatment, you don't have time to go consult lawyers and all the rest of it. You treat the patient. And those doctors, because in Ireland, because they weren't clear in the law, so they weren't sure if the termination would be legal or not. And if they went ahead with it and it turned out not to have been legal, they were facing criminal charges and jail time.
But you know what?
And they didn't want to take that risk. They're just doctors.
But you know what? I think there's a certain element of I know people want to be consistent with what the law says, but at the same time, I think there's a certain element of human moral empathy you have to have too, because if there are certain laws interfering with you saving the life of a woman, even if that means you are to face the legal consequences, I think you should err on the side of moral empathy and save the life of that woman.
Yeah, but then again, this isn't all in a vacuum, because you've also got to remember that those doctors themselves have wives and children, and they don't want to end up on criminal charges, doing prison time, their career being completely ended because they've got families to support as well. And so the problem was with the politicians in not clarifying the law. But if, just as a hypothetical, Ireland had chosen to clarify the law by saying no abortions are allowed at all, then a case like that lady would happen again and again and again. And this time the doctors would be powerless to do anything because abortion had been completely outlawed. And I think there are extremists on the pro-choice side who want all abortion banned. All abortion banned.
You mean the pro-life side? Extremists on the pro-life side, you mean?
Yeah, sorry, yeah. They want it all banned completely. But they don't consider these difficult cases. What are you going to do when you have a law in place that says instead of one dying, we have to stand by and watch two die? So a law like that completely banned it, I think would be completely counterproductive.
The only thing I'm against is the literal intentional killing of the child to resolve a severe life-threatening situations. That is the only thing I'm against. You will have situations to where the child will unfortunately inevitably die, and sometimes you can save them, and sometimes you can't. You're gonna have situations like that. But
I want to ask both. I want to ask both of you guys a question. In the case of, because Fiona said that a lot of the pro-lifers don't consider these situations where the woman's life is in danger. So I'm not sure if I can agree with that 100% because I haven't done the research myself. However, you guys probably have done the research more than I have. So what do the pro-lifers?
Yeah,
let me just ask the question.
I'm just talking about the extremists.
Okay.
The real extremists. That's all I'm talking about.
Okay.
Well, let me ask you this then. What do the extremists suggest then as a remedy to the problem if you're in a scenario where the woman's life is in danger, or both the woman and the child's life is in danger? What do the extremist pro-lifers say?
Well, they say that that termination should never happen for any reason, and I think that's nonsense.
Okay, so what do they suggest as a
They don't really suggest. They don't really suggest.
They say you stand back and let the pieces fall where they may, basically.
Right, that's what they do, and I think that's wrong. I would say that I'm not against termination per se. I'm just against the intentional taking of the life. That's the only thing I'm against. I think you can terminate pregnancy without intentionally killing the child, even if that means as a result the child will die.
Yeah.
Because it's sort of like somebody who's like has a really bad ailment or sickness, they can passively die as opposed to if you like took a gun and shot them to death. I think there's a difference between the passive dying as opposed to actively taking their lives.
Right.
I think that's going to be difficult though, because if you end up in that situation like they were in Ireland, and there is, I mean, the only way to terminate is to actually, sadly, remove the child.
Right.
And I mean, yes, she was fully dilated, so that, I suppose that helps, but there are occasions where the only option is to remove the child piece by piece.
Yeah, see,
I've never heard of any such case at all.
Yeah,
it's
horrible. But unfortunately, what do you do?
Like, I've never heard of any such case. Right. I've researched pro-life and pro-choice OBGYNs and medical experts on both sides of this issue, and I've never heard of a case.
Yeah, in that case, see, and even in an scenario like that, in that case, it's not even really pro-choice because you're in a situation that you really have no control over. You have to make a choice whether or not the mother is going to die, the child's going to die, or both. It's not really a pro-choice issue. It's more of like, what are we going to do in this situation? Right. Pro-choice, I would say the real definition of pro-choice is, I don't want to take care of this child because I like to live my frivolous lifestyle, so I'm going to kill this child. Or I can't get a job at McDonald's, so I'm going to kill this child. That's the definition of pro-choice. That is what Antonio and I are against.
it's not really, because pro-choice will also include the scenario where there is prenatal diagnosis of, say, a
For some
condition.
individuals.
Yeah.
Yeah,
But,
well, see, there's extremists on both sides, I would say.
Yes.
But what I'm saying is, you get prenatal diagnosis of some sort of congenital malformation, which is not compatible with life, so that you know that if the child is born alive, they're going to die after a couple of hours. That is where choice would come in, maternal choice, to choose to go to full term and let the chips fall as they will, or to decide to terminate the pregnancy. That would be a choice that would have to be made by the mother or the mother and father together. Yes, there are problems with misdiagnoses as well. That's another complicating factor. But there are certain conditions that they're diagnosed, there is no question, and you know that that child isn't going to survive. If they survive an hour or two after birth, they'll be lucky. And I'm thinking about things like
that's putting you back in the area where a person, either the mother or the child's life is in jeopardy. Again, if there's nothing you can do to maintain the life of the child or the mother, that's not really. I mean, it's out of your hands, really, because you either have to make a choice on which person is going to survive, or if it's where both of them are going to end up dying anyway. But I'm talking about that versus, I don't want to take care of the child because I'm too young, or I want to continue to go to the club.
I agree with you on that. I agree with you on that completely, Beckel. I really do. But how do you gauge intentions?
How do you what?
How do you gauge intentions?
Yeah. Because
intentionality. Okay.
If you put a law in place saying, right, you're not allowed termination now if it's just because you don't want the hassle of bringing up the child. How many people do you think would present asking for an abortion and then give that as the reason, knowing they would be refused?
Wait a second. Are you saying that we should allow killing abortions to be legal for any reason because of these life?
No. No, I'm just pointing out the difficulties. I'm not saying I have any answers. But I'm pointing out the difficulty that if you enacted a law that said, well, if it's a sort of, if you're using this as a form of conception, you just don't want to bring up the child, you don't want the hassle, then you're not going to get a termination. Then nobody is going to present for a termination and say that that is the reason. Are they? Because they know they will be refused. And that's the difficulty, because when you're talking about pro-choice, you have to take into account all of these other choices that a mother may have to make.
But you would agree now choices are equal, right? Such as like just killing for convenience, right?
No, I'm not. That's not what I'm saying. Because when you talk about choice, you are also talking about when you have an antenatal diagnosis of a severe congenital malformation. The mother can choose to continue with the pregnancy, or she can choose to terminate. So that is another choice. So that there can be all sorts of reasons for for the choice being made. And some of those reasons are completely immoral. But how do we get around that problem? How do we determine if someone is wanting their abortion as a form of post-conception contraceptive? If you see what I mean.
I think that's what the doctors call, if you have professional and honest professionals who will have, let's say, I don't know, 18-year-old come in and say she needs an abortion, the doctor should be able to say, okay, let me do some examination on you and see if you would actually be at any type of risk of having this child. If he sees that she...
You're breaking up, man.
Okay. Let me record.
It's a very difficult question, and trying to legislate so that you only get determinations that you agree with is going to be very difficult, Antonio.
Well, I mean, we did it before, though, and I'm saying, like, prior to the legalization of abortion on demand in Roe v. Wade, we did it before. And then I just think we just go back to what we did before. I think it's pretty cut and dry.
Well, I don't know. And I mean, there's something you brought up way back. And you mentioned illegal abortions. I've not even touched on that.
Yeah.
I would hate to see the return of the backstreet abortionists. I'd hate to see that. Because that was slaughter. It was absolutely horrendous.
Do you know about a dude named Kermit Gosnell?
No.
Yeah, Kermit Gosnell did. All right, this dude was a monster. This dude was a monster, and he did all these illegal things. He was like engaging in infanticide, all these late-term abortions. Even while abortion is legal, he did all these sick things. And the dude, if you just look him up and find out just the practices he had in his ethics, they were sick. Okay.
Yeah.
And I think it comes down to the ethics of the medical professional. I think it comes down to them because, there were ethics of, like I was talking about earlier, according to Dr. Mary Calderon, she was a respected medical professional and an obstetrician. She said that typically abortions before the legalization in Roe v. Wade were done by obstetricians, well respected in their communities, and they had sound ethics. They weren't, these sort of fringe back alley types who didn't give a crap about the condition of the woman when they were performing the abortions. They were kind of like just doing a few things, and they would do the abortion and not care about the end result, whether the woman lived or died. These were well-respected people who actually did care about the women that they were performing these on. Again, I don't agree with what they were doing.
That's if you had the money to get somebody like that. If your family was well connected. That if you were a poor person, you wouldn't be able to get the services of somebody like that, and you would be left going to one of these backstreet abortionists.
Well, you know what? If that happens, then I mean, this may not sound good to people, but I mean, you play with fire, you're gonna get burned. Okay, that's really nobody else's fault but yours.
Yeah, but here's the problem. To make a baby, two people need to play with fire, but only one takes all the risks.
That's right, and I think there's an argument to be made about where the responsibility of fathers are as well, because I think
Yeah.
a sound. And here's the thing: I would agree. I would say 100%. There's a bunch of bastard fathers out there who abandon their responsibility
Hmm.
and leave these women in these difficult situations. And I think every last single one of those bastards should be held accountable. And they're even proposing potentially in Sweden, male abortions. Did you hear about that?
No.
Let me tell you about that real quick. Basically, their proposal was this: if a woman, and this is their argument in Sweden, if a woman should have a right to get an abortion, then the biological father should have the right to opt out of his rights to parenthood. He gives up all rights. He gives up all rights, and he forfeits all his parental rights to the child before the 18th week of pregnancy. But in exchange for forfeiting all his rights, he doesn't have to pay child support. So, and there were people who were against that, but I don't think they were against it for good reasons. The reason why I'm
Well,
against it is because I don't think neither the woman should have a right to kill her baby, nor should the father have the right to opt out of his responsibilities. So with me, it's a two-way street.
hmm
I don't think anybody should have the right to opt out of their responsibilities to their child, the mother nor the father. And
yeah.
but they were basically making the argument that if a woman has a right to get an abortion, then why shouldn't the father have the right to opt out of his parental things and just say, I'm gonna give up all rights before the 18th week, and I don't have to pay child support. I can't see the child. I have no parental rights to the child, and let's just call it a day. What do you think on that?
I don't see how that. I don't see how that could fly. I mean, that's just a license to go around impregnating women and shirking all your responsibilities.
That's right.
I don't like that at all.
And just as I don't like the fact that we are allowing women to be able to go into a clinic and kill their children, I equally don't like the fact that men would be able to opt out of their parental responsibilities. I think it's a two-way street. When a child is conceived in the womb, there is a parental responsibility to that child.
Hmm.
Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yep.
Coming in clear?
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. I just want to make sure.
I think it's such I mean, the whole thing about, pregnancy and all the rest of it is such a contentious area, and it becomes a battleground. And I think when it becomes a battleground, then we get a lot of shouting and not a lot of thinking. Thinking about the difficulties that can arise. I really don't think that a blanket ban on abortion will work for all sorts of reasons, but mainly because when therapeutic terminations are required, you wouldn't be able to do one. And that would be about the only medical condition that I can think of where it would be legal to withhold treatment that the patient required and wanted. There's no condition in men that a doctor could say, no, sorry, I'm not treating you.
Right, and nobody is like
There's no
downplaying,
equivalent.
and nobody's
Yeah.
downplaying that women have play in this framework. Nobody's denying that one bit. Again, I mean, a lot of these issues stem from the fact that they're saying that a lot of the times fathers, abandon their biological children, and women are unfortunately left in these difficult positions.
Yeah.
And that's where a a lot of people argue abortion rights in that framework. And I think there needs to be a more, I think there needs to be a promotion of the fact that, you know, a father should not just be able to just, you know, get out of his responsibilities. And to a certain degree, I think they're trying to make those holds for him to get out of his responsibilities more tight with, you know, things like child support and stuff like that. Like, I think if a man procreates with a woman, then he should not be complaining about the child support or whatever.
Yeah.
Because he'll do whatever he can to try to shirk his responsibilities.
Yeah. So why make it absolutely fine for him to do it? But here's another question for you.
All right.
And this seems to be quite a peculiarly American problem. There have been a number of women who've been taken to hospital because they have started to miscarry. And these are miscarriages that are inevitable. They can't be stopped. And they've been taken to a Roman Catholic hospital. And the Roman Catholic hospital refuses to do a termination. Even although that is standard best practice in those cases to ensure that the mother doesn't get an overwhelming infection, as we were talking about earlier. So you're in a country where it is legal, and yet on religious grounds a hospital is refusing the procedure. And these patients either have to be admitted to that hospital and stay in and wait days and days and days, or get transferred to another hospital that will carry out the procedure. Now, morally wise, I really do struggle with that one, because if you know that the pregnancy is ending completely, there is nothing can be done to save it. There is nothing can be done to save the fetus. Nothing. Then why refuse the treatment? Why either force a woman in the middle of miscarrying to either transfer to another hospital or spend days in agony waiting for this miscarriage to complete?
Well, then what would need to happen is, I think, when a woman goes into a hospital or an abortion clinic or whatever, all cases need to be analyzed case by case, you know. And
yeah, but I'm talking about those cases where she is miscarrying and the pregnancy can't be saved. And yet the hospital refuses the treatment.
Yeah, I think that just goes back to what we were saying about, you know, intentions and about certain ethics. I think, unfortunately, in those circumstances, you will have people who will make the wrong choice. If I'm a doctor and I can see in my expert medical opinion or my best medical opinion that what you were saying was happening, then I could not, in correct conscience, you know, turn that woman away. I cannot, in correct conscience, just, you know, turn a blind eye and a deaf ear to that. I couldn't do it.
Yeah, so that's what I thought as well. But what actually left me shocked in this was that the doctors themselves were up in arms over it, because the people making these decisions about the treatment were administrators, not doctors.
Yeah,
so the medical treatment was being determined by administrators.
You gotta go, Vecco. Vecco, you there? You gotta go.
I'm gonna head out. So I just wanted to say thank you for the invite. Thanks for the convo.
Yeah, no
Apologize
problem, man.
for any craziness on my part. So,
It's a
but I will
passionate discussion.
talk.
It happens.
You take
Yeah,
care, Vic.
but all right, you guys take care.
All right, thanks,
Be
man.
good. Be good. But yeah,
Well,
that is. Imagine an accountant being the one that determines your medical treatment.
yeah, an account? No, absolutely not.
Yeah, and that's what was happening. And this is in a country where abortion is legal.
Uh-huh.
But there's also some of these Roman Catholic hospitals where women have, gone to give birth, and it's being done by cesarean section, whatever, and an elective section, and they ask that their fallopian tubes be tied as well, because their family is big enough.
Mm-hmm.
And the hospital refuses to do it.
Yes. And I think in that sort of a situation, I would agree with you 100% that that's absolutely wrong. And I think we can make room for these types of cases and discuss these sorts of things, while at the same time seeing the fact that in the overwhelming majority of cases, people are getting abortions for economic reasons and personal convenience and things like this. That comprises the overwhelming majority of abortions.
I'd like to see the statistics on that.
Say what?
I'd like to see the statistics on that.
Well, I'll just build that off the fact that a lot less abortions for life-saving purposes statistically, because if you look at the reason why abortions happen, the very few of them are for life-saving instances.
Yeah.
As opposed to other reasons like, I want to pursue a career, or I may not be able to afford feeding the child, or they may say the child is a girl or boy and I don't want to continue the pregnancy. Things like this.
Yeah.
I think it's very possible. I'm not saying it would necessarily be easy, but I think it would be possible for us to have sort of framework to not allow those types of terminations to happen, while still having a serious look at situations which do arise, like the miscarriage one you were talking about, or Savita's case.
See, there's the one that the girls I feel very sorry for are the ones that are so ignorant about sex that they were told, oh, you can't get pregnant the first time. And because they don't have a decent sex education, they fall for that hook, line, and sinker.
Absolutely.
And I think that one of the main way that you can reduce abortion figures is to stop unwanted pregnancies, and that means contraception.
Yeah, here's another issue I have. You have people who will, because you got laws that make it very, very difficult for, let's say, younger people to get like their tubes tied. Like if they don't want children, and we're talking about reproductive choice, right? But it's so difficult for people who don't want to have children to get their tubes tied. But okay, if people in our society take the reproductive choice seriously, then it shouldn't be difficult for people who are young to be able to get their tubes tied. It should not be an issue.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't want to see young people taking that step, because that is an irreversible step. But contraception to actually prevent pregnancy. It seems that so far the statistics have shown that in those areas where the only thing that's taught is abstinence only, the teen pregnancy rate is much higher.
Yeah, a lot of people tend to twist and think that I'm just some dude that was only talking about abstinence. I think you can make a serious argument about being celibate and being abstinent while at the same time informing young people on sex education and things like this. I'm not, saying just they shouldn't know or be informed about sex at all. And
but they need to be informed about methods of contraception, because you're never going to stop teenagers having sex.
I mean,
that's just one of the facts of life. They do it. It doesn't matter how much you tell them that they shouldn't. They'll still do it.
But what you could do is create severe consequences for people who treat something so sacred irresponsibly. That's what I'm pro for.
Right.
The problem is we live in a country where this type of lifestyle is promoted. You can just turn on a movie. You can just listen to a radio. I mean, just turn on your FM radio, and what are most of these songs about? Having sex, having affairs, sleeping with somebody's wife, sleeping with somebody's girlfriend, especially for those in the urban community. And Fiona brings a genuine concern. She brings a realistic concern. Like, yes, I get in a utopian world there would be none of this, but we have to be realistic, and I agree. And that's why, me personally, I guess you can say I'm more on the far right of the issue, where I mean, there's just some people who are going to have to take that hit for the sake of the cause. Do I want to see people in jail? Do I want to see people fined? Do I want to see people's life made more difficult? No. But there's certain things, man, that's going to have to be done, because from a biblical standpoint, I think, ending the life of a child, especially for, just the inconvenience, the socioeconomic inconvenience. I mean, my biggest issue is those who feel, who just look at the life like inside the womb like it's nothing. I know several, and here's the thing: I have brothers or sisters, which I don't know what they were going to come out to be, that were aborted. My mom has had several abortions prior to having me. Of course, she's repented of it. She is now she is against abortion, and I've know many other friends. In fact, when I was young, when I was younger, I can't tell you how many pregnancy scares that I thought I had, and what ex-girlfriends thinking that I would have to have an abortion. Thank God that I've never got a woman pregnant, but I just think it needs to there needs to be more. Then the attitude, there needs to be an attitude shift in the way that people look at having sex, and how people look at the and what people do with the people they have sex with. Like, people need to be more conscious about the partners that they select. I think this abortion, the fact that you have all these things available in the back of people's minds, it makes it think, like, I don't know whether it's subconscious or consciously, but it's just, I think it's just a sacred act, and people just need to be more responsible with it, and it may take penalties to enact that, but the days where people just can be sexually promiscuous and just kill children for it, I think those days need to come to an end, in my opinion.
Yes, I've even talked.
Yeah. Going again, I think.
Yeah, Antonio, I'm sorry, I really can't hear you, brother. I don't know if you're speaking.
I can't hear anything.
Yeah, me neither. Antonio, if you can hear me, I can't hear you. If you could drop out, drop back in, or something like that. I'm gonna send him a quick message if you want.
But yeah, I mean, I agree with you up to a point, but I don't think criminalising sexual behaviour is the answer. We can't even police the laws that are in place as it is, you know, when it comes to rape and things like that. So I don't think more legislation on top is going to make much difference. But what I would say is that it has to be education. Young people need to know what can happen. And they also need to know how to prevent it happening, and not just by abstinence, but they need to be informed of contraception.
Right. Yeah, there's a lot of things, man. I think I don't know if a part of psychology would play it. I'm not too sure what would be the exact field, and to inform a person about the about, I guess, the emotional factor of, you know, engaging, you know, in sexual relationships with
Sorry about that.
somebody. Like, no problem. Yeah, I think you know, because I mean, a lot of young kids, they're teens, you know, their hormones are raging, you know,
Mm-hmm.
they find somebody that likes them, you know, and a lot of times, man, people get hurt from these relationships. Um, you know, I think there's a lot more that needs to get that I agree with, that needs to be discussed. You know, contraceptives, the importance
Mm-hmm.
of having a healthy relationship with people,
Yeah.
the the pros, I guess, pros and cons of, you know, having these type of relations. I mean, of course, there's the, you know, sex is a pleasurable thing. That's the way that God, I believe, God designed it. So of course, anybody who engages in sex is gonna have a pleasurable experience, but at what cost, you know?
Yeah.
And yeah, so a lot of
Well, see,
times,
when we did sex education in biology, and we went through, you know, just the mechanics, the hormones, and all the rest of it. And then, with the very last part of that module, the biology teacher, and he didn't, it wasn't part of the syllabus or anything, but this is what he always did, was he did about an hour and 20 minutes on sexually transmitted diseases, unwanted pregnancy, contraception, everything. He covered everything. And that, I think, is a good way to do it. I mean, there was no test on it or anything, but he said that when he did the sex education part of the curriculum, that he always finished on the difficulties you can end up encountering if you just go into things without thinking about it. And I mean, there was loads of information on sexually transmitted diseases, etc., and how to avoid them, and also how to avoid pregnancy. And I think that was a very sensible approach by him, because he made sure that, yes, we understood all the bits and pieces that we needed to understand for the course, but we also understood the implications of it.
That's very good. I think yeah, this is definitely not you, but I think a lot of pro-choicers get the wrong idea that that sex education, you know, and abortion should belong in the same sentence, because they think, because the problem with a lot of pro-choicers I come across is that yeah, they'll preach about sex education all day, but at the end of the day, it's really kind of a smokescreen for them to justify abortion. It's not really so much about sex education or about minimizing abortions, but kind of saying that they're trying to, you know, just distract off of their support for legalized abortion. Yeah, and
You see,
that's what I'm
I've
seeing.
never come across that. I haven't come across that.
Have you came across that, Carlos?
Um, I can't say that I come across it, but I think it can be very evident because I think this type of discussions can happen, and I mean a person can have these discussions and still be pro-life, but I think if the person's outcome is pro-choice, then it can say a lot as to some of the motives of the person's conversation. Not
That's
necessarily
right.
that, hey, this person is just using this as a smokescreen. I wouldn't go that far.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure there's some people who would, but I think it's an important conversation that needs to be had. I think at the end of it, me personally, I would leave off pro-life, but yes, the sex education and all these other conversations are important to have on both sides.
Yeah. I would
Yeah,
also point out that using terminology such as pro-aborts doesn't help the conversation because I mean I consider myself to be pro-choice for all the reasons I've already given, but I would never say I am pro-abort because I can't stand the idea. I really can't. Just cannot stand the idea of abortion. I hate it. But it's one of these, I suppose you could call it necessary evils, in that when you do have, you know, medical problems, etc., then what do? You know, there is no way around
well,
that problem.
I wouldn't refer to those situations as an evil situation. I don't really
But
think
it's
it's
a sort of,
evil.
it's a lesser, it's sort of the saying a lesser of two evils. Um,
I mean, you think it's evil to
and
unfortunately have to terminate a pregnancy to save a woman's life? I wouldn't say that that was evil at all.
no, 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 I'm saying it's the lesser of two evils. Neither choice is a good one. Neither choice is an easy one. Neither choice is a nice choice. It's just a saying, the lesser of two evils. Um, and so for that reason, I think sometimes when you approach the conversation and you labelled the other side pro-aborts, I don't think that helps
Yeah.
because
Well,
it gets people annoyed to the point where they're saying, "Now, wait a minute, I am not pro-abortion. I'm not out there campaigning for more abortions, etc." I mean, I would love it if they weren't necessary, but unfortunately, there are circumstances where they are. That doesn't mean that I am pro-abort.
well, we're not like here's the thing. Like there are procedures which are necessary sometimes to save people's lives, like a heart transplant or something like that.
Hmm.
Um, okay, yeah, I would say that those procedures should very well be legal, and I think you can apply that same kind of thing to, you know, what a lot of context we've been talking about today. But it
Uh-huh.
becomes a whole different issue to where um, it's literally nothing to do with such situations at all. And okay, and like again, it's, you know, like we were talking about, you may not be able to afford taking care of the child, you may not be able to pursue a career, or you may think this child is going to have a difficult life or what have you, and that the problem I have is that people have this very just sort of watered down view of human life, and and I'm not saying you didn't do this in our entire conversation, and I commend you for it. But the problem I have with a lot of pro-choice people who say that they are pro-choice, the problem I have with a lot of them is that they will use these cases to exploit. these sorts of instances to justify, oh, you know what, a woman should just be able to just kill a child early in pregnancy if she's not ready to have a kid. If she conceives in consensual sex but is not ready to be pregnant right now, because they built their entire position off of exploiting these horrific cases. And I see that entirely too often, and I cannot honestly say by any stretch of the imagination that those people would be legitimately pro-choice.
I haven't come across very many instances where it's been shown that somebody is using it as a sort of post-conception contraception.
Yeah. I
haven't come across many of those.
And I've had literally thousands of debates with people on this issue. So in my personal experience, I've seen it like a lot. I'm not discounting your personal experience, but in mine, I've seen it quite a bit. And I've been seriously engaged in this topic for over 10 years. And I'm pretty sure you've probably been dealing with it longer than I have. I guess that's just, different perspectives in our personal experiences.
Yeah, I think so. But, I mean, again, I still think that, using inflammatory language doesn't make for very good conversation on the issue. It becomes too heated. And discussions around this subject are, I think, discussions that people avoid just because they become heated. Because people are so entrenched. But anyway, guys, I've got to go. But thank you for a good conversation.
Oh, absolutely. Thank you so much for coming by, Fiona.
Yeah, thank you, Fiona. Have a good day. God bless you, sister.
Right.
Yeah.
Take care. God bless.
Bye. Right. That was a great hang you had there, man. I kind of joined a bit late, man.
Yeah, it's always good to see you, bro. And I'm so glad that we was able to come to so much common ground in this discussion, because it started off very, very rocky. But that's why I like having these hangouts, because if you give people, generally speaking, if you give people a chance to talk and get a chance for things to be fleshed out and hashed out, you'll find that you agree more on things than you disagree more often than not, I think.
Yeah, especially here on G+, it's easy to come into a hangout with preconceived ideas of the other party, the other side, and especially like, let's say, like, you may have a lot of debates with people who are pro-choice and evolutionists or whatever their worldview is, and you may have dealt with a certain number of people in certain hangouts, and then when you get into these hangouts, it's almost like you're arguing the last 10 people you debated with. So a lot of times people come in these conversations, and they're kind of speaking at a person, with these preconceived ideas that, oh, this person is like this, he's thinking about this, he's defending this, and once you kind of like clear all that up, you know what I mean? Yeah, you kind of it allows you to be more open-minded in your conversations. After you put all your points out there and you don't have a point to prove, after you put everything out there and get to go back and forth.
Yeah, definitely. But I'm very, very satisfied with how this ended. And yeah, before well, unfortunately, since I exited out the room, the stop broadcast button ain't available, but it'll automatically shut down after 5 minutes anyway. But before I ended, do you have anything you want to say, Carlos?
No, I would just say this. I would just say, first and foremost, thank you for having me. All glory be to God in the name of Jesus Christ. Thank all you guys for joining this hangout and participating in it. Those who did so civilly, Yeah, I think the abortion issue is an important. Yeah, the topic of abortion is a very serious issue. We're dealing with human life. We believe human life is sacred, and whatever matters that pertain to human life should be treated um, very much sensitivity and very carefully and responsibly. This is going to be an important issue, I think, till the Lord returns. And I just hope that in the end of the day, there can be more progress done than there already is. Um, and I would just encourage everybody who's listening, man. Respect yourself, respect the Lord, respect your body. Be willing to sacrifice for the greater good, even if it means um, withholding certain things until an appointed time. Honor your body. Honor your relationships. You will truly see if a person loves you if they're willing to wait. You live in a day and age where people are constantly just sleeping around with people, STDs. Relationships are not lasting, and we have to. And I don't want to talk about certain cases, certain rare cases. A lot of people like to exploit those cases. My point is, um, I would definitely love for people to start treating sex as something more sacred and handle it responsibly. No child should be killed due to a person's mere inconvenience. If you engage in sex and unprotected sex, um, you should know that the chances of you having a child will increase, and you should bear the responsibility of raising that child if you're going to engage in such a precious act and not murder um, the very gift that God has given you, the very thing created in the image of God. So maybe maybe engage in our relationships more seriously and responsibly. Thank you.
Amen. So well said, brother. Thank you so much. Amen, amen, and amen. And I'll just add one more thing before I take off, because I got Bible study tonight, so I'm going to take off in a second. But my closing remarks will be this. I think ultimately it comes down to personal responsibility. And unfortunately, there's been a severe breakdown of that very concept in our culture. You got fathers that are not being responsible, that are leaving their the person they had sex with. They're leaving the mother behind. They're leaving their children behind. You got and on the other side of that, you got mothers that are taking advantage of the legal system that has been put into place by a lot of politically correct, messed up nonsense to screw the fathers over. And it's just a matter of just really messed up crap happening on both sides. You got mothers trying to screw fathers over with the legal system. And if the father can get out of it without dealing with the legal system, then you got those people who just abandon the mother entirely. And it's just a really bad, just sort of a paradigm on both sides of the issue. And a lot of that has to do with the lack of personal responsibility and a lack of accountability. And this is the reason why you have this is the reason why you have people talking about legal abortion, why you would have people fighting so vehemently for it, because at the heart of these matters is a lack of personal responsibility. At the heart of these matters is a lack of accountability. At the heart of these matters, people just, want to be able to do what they want to do. And they want to just treat sex as a commodity and not as something to be honored as a sacred bond between one another. And they want to, and as a result of their lack of seriousness in how they treat sex, that also results in a lack of seriousness how they treat what results from it, which would be the children they conceive. And that would extrapolate, unfortunately, to the relationships the people who had sex have between one another. And because of the breakdown in personal responsibility and the breakdown of accountability in our culture, you have things like permitting abortion allowed. You have all this crazy nonsense happening, and there needs to be an accountability for both sides. There needs to be stressed personal responsibility for people on both sides. It doesn't matter whether you're the biological father or the mother. We need to bring it back to personal responsibility. If you're not prepared to deal with the responsibility of bringing a child into this world, then you better do whatever it takes to not get pregnant in the first place, be it get your reproductive system removed or just don't have sex at all. You cannot have it both ways. Because if you don't want to be responsible about what comes from sex, then you should not even be having sex at all. That's just the bottom line. It's just like, if I don't want to be responsible about driving a car, then I shouldn't be driving a car. It's just really that simple. And driving a car doesn't bring another life into the equation. But man, you can potentially be dealing with another life. Let's say if you have a car accident or something, but it in and of itself don't bring another life into the situation. And even that, people would say that if you're not prepared to deal with the consequences of driving a car, that you shouldn't be able to drive at all. And they recognize that even when another life isn't brought into the equation. So how more so is it important to recognize that very concept when you are dealing with the possibility of bringing another life into the equation? If it's so much importance, there's so much importance stressed on accepting the responsibilities and the consequences that come with things like driving, then why are we not applying that same logic to how we treat sex? We should have an even more strict stress of responsibility in how we treat sex. But the problem is, it comes down to what people's personal beliefs are, where the people's personal paradigms lie. If they really believe that they should not be accountable for their actions, they're going to be fighting for things like abortion. If they do believe that they should be accountable for their actions and they do accept personal responsibility, then they're not going to get behind legalized abortion. And as for the things that we talked about with Fiona in this hangout, I think there should be room for unfortunate life-threatening circumstances to happen to where terminations may be necessary. But I don't think that extrapolates to, we should allow the intentional killing of the unborn child. I don't think it extrapolates to that at all. And I think it is very possible for us to have that open framework of those kinds of situations that can happen and can arise, while at the same time protecting the dignity of the unborn child and protecting by saying, okay, if you're not dealing with in such an immediate situation like that, then you should not be able to have the legal right to kill that child, period. I think we can allow the room for life-threatening situations and issues like that to be. We can allow that without having to allow it legally, without having to, have it open legally to kill a child just because you don't make enough money, just because you think the child will have a bad life, just because you think this child may interfere with pursuing your career. Again, it's that personal responsibility element and that accountability element. And when people have a serious realization of that fact of personal responsibility and of accountability, then people will see that every argument for abortion breaks down. Every last single one breaks down. That lies outside of the horrific instance that, a mother's life may be in danger. But every other instance of termination outside of that breaks down, point blank. Because if you understand where your responsibilities lie in personal responsibility and accountability, then there is no argument you can give to allowing abortion legally, period. There is not a single one that you can give. And the ultimate breakdown and the separation in our views is people who do know Christ as opposed to people who don't. People who do know Christ generally will see that the unborn in the womb is to be protected, to be respected. Even though we do have atheists, and I love my atheist pro-life friends, in a general aspect, typically people who are pro-choice would not be believers, would not be followers of Jesus Christ. In a general sense, people who do not believe in Jesus Christ tend to be pro-choice. And I think when people repent and people submit to Jesus Christ, and then we can have a more respect for the dignity of the life of the unborn child. The Bible makes it very clear that if you have a truly an open mind and an open heart, Jesus will come into your life. I believe that with every bit of in me. And wouldn't you believe, you believe the same thing too, don't you, Brother Carlos?
Absolutely, I definitely believe, man. The Lord is gracious and merciful and kind. Whether it's you wanting to run over the dude in traffic, or whether it's you literally doing it, you know, some people try to make certain sins worse than the other. Meanwhile, some have more severe consequences, but in the end, they're all worthy of the same punishment. Jesus Christ, he gave his life um, in a selfless act of love, of sacrificial love, and he died for those who don't deserve grace, those who don't deserve mercy, those who don't seek him. So that those who would just believe in him and trust in his sacrifice, that can have eternal life. So, I think the biggest problem in a lot of issues, especially in this great debate community, is the problem of pride. Some people are willing to go to lead you down 1,000 road mile of arbitrariness, of inconsistent reasoning, of ad hoc explanations, of a futile logic, um, really just to escape the need to humble oneself. We've all been wrong. We've all wronged others. We all are growing. We know that we all are infallible. It's no reason to not really reconsider our position on things. And it's very important. These decisions have eternal consequences. I'm a Christian, and
Yeah,
this is what I believe, and I hope you guys can appreciate us taking the time to share this strong message with you guys. But we do so in truth and love. I just pray that you guys may one day make the choice to choose Jesus Christ as your Savior, and reconcile your relationship with God and your fellow man, and help restore the order that mankind, and the stewardship that mankind was given. I know we live in a world where sexual promiscuity and lasciviousness and all of these things are always promoted. And these type of values are looked at as conservative or outdated or things like that. But it's nothing as beautiful as being able to wait for your husband, to be able to wait for your wife, and to raise a child within a marriage. Marriages aren't always happy. Marriages aren't always sad. But the type of love that God has created this world to be is a love that not only loves those who love them back. What reward is in that? Um, you love somebody, you're going to exercise mercy and grace and kindness and forgiveness, because you're going to end up with somebody just as flawed as you. So I just pray that we all may engage in patience and long suffering and endurance and perseverance and grow in grace, um, and being willing to sacrifice for the greater good, because one of the biggest problems is, like Brother Antonio said, single parent homes, fathers are not there. This statistics prove this leads to a lot of this. Uh, Creates the potential for people to be in prison more, people to be more violent, people to be less educated, people to be less civil. So I just pray that uh, we all may treat this act of having sex more um, in such a sacred fashion as it should be. Thank you guys for listening.
Amen to that. And with that said, I'm going to go ahead and end this. Well, technically, I can't end it because when I lost the connection, the stop broadcast button disappeared. So it's going to go for 5 more minutes. I got to go Bible study. But I want to thank Carlos, Brother Carlos, for his amazing word on this. Praise the Lord. And take care, everyone.
Take care, everyone.
All right.